and us. But onto the bracket. This is, of course, the playoff bracket where the first two seeds get their bye in the first round. Furia and Red just played yesterday, where Furia secured their ticket to the grand finals, and Red now waiting at the lower bracket. But before we get there, Dia, we've got to see the rest of the gauntlet, and we are now round 2 of the lower bracket, if you will. It's Los Grandes versus Loud, as you mentioned. Two teams that, I don't know, there's a lot of mixed feelings about both these teams right now. We've got to remember that Loud is technically the reigning champions from the CBLOL Cup, where they did a similar run. Nobody expected them to win, but they did it. They've just got the magic sauce. And even now, down in the lower bracket, people are still hesitant to say that Loud can't make it. Like, everybody's head is saying they can't, but everybody's heart's like, no, we've been here before. And as for Los Grandes, an organization that has, at best in playoffs, ever finished 5th and 6th. So they're kind of in the same area once again. If they were to lose here, they'd finish 6th once again. But this young roster, Zest, Curse, Feisty, Duda, Ackerman, they're very explosive, and they seem to have found their magic. They 3-0'd Cade just, I believe it was Saturday that they did that. Absolutely, utterly dominant, and are looking to repeat that feat against the reigning champions today.
You know, it's a good thing that we transitioned to the roster screen, because I had, in fact, forgotten the whole mute-unmute of talent thing. So everything that I said at the top of the show, it wasn't important. What RMC said during the bracket that you actually heard, that was the important bit. Loud, of course, the team that they are going up against. The hope for Loud, if you've been watching their previous games, does seem to lie in the top lane. Shino has been one of the better top laners in the league, I will say. Despite the where Loud have been, Shino has actually been performing well relative to the rest of the roster and relative to the league as a whole.
Yeah, in fact, in our sort of Gringos Liberados podcast that we do at the end of the regular season when we started handing out awards, Shino kind of topped the table, which if you watch the season, simultaneously surprising and not surprising, like, he's one of our best performing top laners. And I think a lot of the reason why he topped was also because of how shall we say this? The variance that the rest of Loud brings to the table really highlights Shino's stability. But one of the other contenders was Zest from Los Grandes. And the way Zest kind of made his mark was he just won everything. Like 1v1, he's an absolute beast, an absolute monster, a huge carry. And that's, to me, the match to watch, or the matchup to watch within this match, is going to be in the top lane between Shino and Zest. And I don't think Shino is going to be allowed to carry his presence to the rest of the map the way a lot of other top laners let him. I suspect Zest is going to drag him down, lock him down, 1v1 cage match that top lane. And the rest of the teams for both sides have to figure out what they're going to do in 4v4s.
Yeah, a lot of this matchup is going to be influenced pretty heavily by the draft. Sorry, I have something in my throat. I'm going to have to drink water at some point. But
okay.
A lot of this is going to be influenced by the draft, because Zest really likes to draft champions that are going to hard win lane. He's been picking up things like Gnar, Rumble. He even grabbed Silas and Olaf recently. So he has these, like, I don't even want to call them pocket picks, because they seem so stylistically oriented towards Zest, but there are things that other top laners can't necessarily pull out in this meta that are just meant to smash lane.
Yeah, and if you compare the unique champions that played so far in CBLOL Split 1, Shino has played 9 unique champions, and Zest has played 15. And out of that, there's an 8 champion overlap between the two players. So yeah, you can already tell that Zest kind of wins out in terms of champion pool. The only champion that Shino has pulled out that Zest hasn't is a Rek'Sai top lane. And he's done it twice so far, won 1, lost 1. So when you just look at sort of what they can bring to the table, Zest comes out a little bit ahead. But Dia, sometimes variety can be the spice of life, but as Shino well knows, variety and variance isn't always a great thing. Sometimes you just need a stable roster of champions, and if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Whereas Zest has definitely fooled around with a lot of these picks. One of the notable picks for me for Zest is actually the Vayne, not because no one else has played it, but because everybody else isn't winning on it. And now if Zest does decide to whip that out, I think that can be a sort of champion that can only dominate the 1v1, but I also fear that Loud might not have the coordination to shut it down in some of these fights. And we've seen that been the issue. When Zest gets that Vayne, if you're not coordinated, if you don't have hard CC to lock it down ASAP, he can win fights and act not only as a secondary AD carry, but even as an assassin into the backline.
Yeah, one of the things that I think as Los Grandes you really have to look out for from Loud is the stability that they can bring across the rest of the map as well. Like you're saying, Shino wants a predictable game. He wants something where the rest of his team at least isn't falling apart, and he can be a stable top laner. To me, A lot of that, of course, is going to look like Envy playing Assassins. That's something he's favored quite a bit. But Vi, specifically from Young Jay, has been something that they've returned to in the draft a lot recently. She's been really powerful this split, but moreover, for Loud, I think that Vi is probably the champion that they stand the best chance of winning a game on because she's such a reliable form of engage.
I find that really funny. First of all, because we're about to head right into draft, where we'll see if that Vi comes through here, but also because of what happened last week when Loud got 0-3'd by Furia, and it was actually Young Jay's Vi which cost them that first game where he went head-to-head against Tatu's Olaf at level 1. And if you aren't familiar with Olaf, very few champions can match him level 1. Most junglers can't. Vi definitely is not one of them. It looks like it will be Los Grandes with first pick and blue side for this first game. Loud for now batting out junglers, the Pantheon and the Nocturne, so they don't want to give Curse sort of the meta power picks right now. Curse has a wide enough champion pool. Funnily enough, the Nafiri band that we actually see those throughout was one of Curse's sort of signature champions in the past.
Yeah, it looks like they're reading our chat. Los Grandes know exactly what they want to ban. We've got a couple of predictions in there, and a reminder that the predictions are open to decide who's going to win the game. I'd recommend you wait until at least partway through the draft to try and put some of your predictions in, but
just that early. Support a team.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing more CBLOL than predicting right now and actually being right. As it is, early lock-in potentially, and actually is going to be selected. The early Cassiopeia for Los Grandes. Bit weird, not just for Los Grandes, but like in the meta, also very strange.
Yeah, like we've been seeing more Cassio being picked recently, but to first pick it, I feel like there's lots of things that can potentially play into this Cassiopeia very, very comfortably. Anything that kind of outranges her has the advantage in lane, but you can see those Grandes just slamming picks right away. They obviously have a draw plan they want to go with. Cassiopeia, late game insurance, big carry, and that allows them to go immediately with the Lucian Millie on the bot side. Very strong early game, very strong laning. Mid game and late game, he's got damage. That's not Lucian's problem. It's more the ranges he has to play at, which makes it really, really dicey and Loud.
So this mid lane is going to be far more interesting than I had given it credit for. I sort of expected Loud to be drafting for some aggressive picks. They like, of course, the assassins with the junglers. May I remind everybody that Vi is still available, but as it is, Cassiopeia doesn't really fit Feisty's champion pool so far. It's not that he hasn't played it, but like, he likes playing more global mid laners. He likes playing Twisted Fate. He likes playing Talia. He likes playing Ryze. And Cassiopeia doesn't have that same roaming potential, especially when paired up against an Akali.
Yeah, but she has the skill. You mentioned Ryze. She is kind of similar to Ryze in that she will skill up and be a late game force to be reckoned with. And she's one of the tankier mid, so I guess that's why we're seeing sort of her prio kind of go up worldwide. The Akali pick, though, does kind of also surprise me a little bit because historically in the past, again, not on the current patch necessarily, but Cassiopeia has been an answer into Akali in the past where you just land the skill shot with the poison, you kind of run her down, you can out-sustain her as well, and you've got enough AoE to mess her up. If she tries to engage, you throw out the Petrifying Gaze. So seeing this Akali picked up, and knowing Shino's champion pool, Shino is a top laner's top laner. Like, he doesn't really play these wild mid lane champions at top side that much, so that looks like an Envy Akali. It kind of feels like both these teams had their strategy coming into this, and I'm wondering how much of this was informed by proper prep. Maybe scrim data might have changed things, but it feels like Loud just want their style, and we'll have to see if the Akali works. I do like the Caitlyn Bard, though. That has been a very effective bot laner for Bull, and gives him the range where he can play for safety, not quite as reliant on the team, and when you're playing to the Cassio into the Lucian, the range is going to be good. Now, they do need a front line, and you could arguably say that for both of these teams, as they are both looking for top lane and jungle right now.
I hadn't even considered the fact that Akali could go top. Credit to you for thinking out of the box. Like, you were like, I'm at least going to like consider it before we lock in Sion. What on earth could possibly go top now, as Los Grandes do really want to dominate the lane, but Sion is probably the hardest champion to dominate the lane into because he can ignore 99% of lanes. Wow, I should not have started eating a dry cracker partway through this draft. That is ruining me. Trundle gets locked in. Trundle likely going to head into the jungle if I had to guess. Really nice matchup into Sion, which still leaves us with top laning.
Fair enough. You're just trying to illustrate what a Trundle does to a Sion with what the Cracker did to your speech patterns there. The Trundle... Is that a prediction? Kurt's gonna fumble the shuttle?
Am I falling apart like Los Grandes are going to in this series?
Oh!
What?
Wait, are they flexing the Cassiopeia into the top lane? I mean, we talked about Zest's champion pool, and he's willing to cook all sorts of things out. Into the Scion, though, that's really
hot.
Interesting. I mean, it's definitely a spicy cook.
I'm not going to tell you what to do with your channel points, but I'm dumping them on Los Grandes. That was a sick maneuver that I should have seen coming. We talked about Zest. Honestly, in this series, Los Grandes, as the favored team, can't afford to take a few more of these risks. I certainly wouldn't have called this, though. I certainly wouldn't have called this. I'm looking at my screen right now. We are swapping those champions. We are not putting Twisted Fate top lane. Everybody, hold your breath collectively, unless you have a medical condition.
Twisted Fate has gone to the top lane in the past, usually with an AD build, rapid fire cannon, and sort of mobility to be able to kite out. So it's like range into melee. Think Vayne-esque with a little bit less mobility and less true damage, but a lot more utility to come through. And I'm just trying to like work this out in my head. If it does end up being a Twisted Fate top because they didn't swap on screen, your gold cards can sort of interrupt the decimating smash charge up. You still have the range advantage, and it's just range into melee still, so it's not terrible. The loaded dice kind of gets you ahead in terms of items in that matchup, so it just could be a wild Zest pick. The reason why I'm not a huge fan of it is more just because, well, your global, the Destiny, the range is not going to be as great. In mid lane, you can reach bot lane, you can reach top lane, you can influence both sides fairly easily. From the top lane, you can really only access the mid lane. And even then, with the sort of warding situation that happens in the top side, it's very easy to tell when Twisted Fate is moving down to try and cover the mid lane. Whereas in mid lane, because the river extends both ways, oftentimes only one side is warded and they can't actually cover the other side. So it has more global impact. But at this point, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to give Zest the benefit of the doubt when it comes to pretty much any champion that he wants to pick. And more importantly, Dia, this is CBLOL. We're here for chaos.
This is
we
CBLOL.
got it in draft.
Who was it that came into the chat and was like, "It's my first CBLOL game"? Welcome. It was a British man, right? I think it was a British man. It doesn't matter. British or not, everyone is welcome. Here in Brazil, we've got the best League of Legends in the world. We are kicking things off in game number 1 of Los versus Loud in the lower bracket.
Okay, looks like we're starting with the bow as well on the top side. So looking like it's going to be a little bit of AD Zest running the Ghost Flash for that mobility to be able to kite around. Looks like somebody in chat as well kind of mentioned that the TF Destiny does reveal Akali and Shroud Little Finch. That is true as well. That said, I do prefer the TF into Scion matchup and the Cassiopeia into Akali matchup. So I do think Los, this is why kind of when we saw it being locked in, I thought it was going to be a TF mid, pardon me, TF top rather than mid. The mid matchup for TF into Akali, it can be a little bit difficult. Like, yes, you've got the gold card to be able to stun and disengage, but if ever the stun is down, Akali has much higher kill threat onto the Twisted Fate. And Cassiopeia, I was actually trying to think that matchup into Scion. Early on, Cassio can't buy boots, so her mobility is a bit weaker. And I don't feel like she has great answers into things like the Decimating Smash and just into the general laning. She runs out of mana before Scion runs out of health and mana with the shield. So I think these lanes are set up a bit better for Los Grandes. But how the team fights roll out is going to be wild. Like, Loud's comp makes sense, right? You've got frontline and Scion, you have Caitlyn backline, and you have double assassins threatening all these squishies on Los. Los don't have a true tank. So I'm a bit concerned about how they're looking to engage. It feels like a lot of the pressure is on Ackerman. Oh, pardon, not even Ackerman, sorry. That's Emilio, not a Bard. Yeah, I'm actually looking at it going like, I'm not sure how they're engaging. Curse running face first into a Scion?
I think Zest probably builds RFC, and then they can just fish for mispositions. They can fish for engages. You've got Pillar as well. I mean, I'm going to be kind of on the opposite side of this. I think Los's composition works a little bit better, especially given the Kiana, who's showing up in the mid lane right now, Young Jay, running it feisty, who has backup with Curse finishing his Raptors at the moment. Doesn't actually burn anything as Young Jay, and Feisty gets to walk right back up to the lane and eat a little bit of damage from Envy.
Yeah, for well played from Los Grandes, shading very, very well. There was a ward as well placed by Loud that tracked where Curse was, so they never once overextended. And for Young Jay, it's a low-cost gank. You're just rotating into your jungle anyways. It'll slow you down ever so slightly, but not significantly. So I like the idea from Loud, but Los not worried whatsoever. They weather the storm incredibly calmly.
Trying to figure out some audio issues right now, so we'll get those sorted for you. Flash forward from Dudu does actually get the flash and barrier and heal out of Bull and Uzend for just Dudu's flash and Ackerman's heal. So Still plenty more survivability on Dudu if he wants to go for something aggressive like that again. Has barrier, and more importantly, can help Curse secure this first scuttle grab. I wouldn't be surprised to see Curse go for a double scuttle, given the way that the game has started and the fact that Feisty has perma mid prio.
That's fair. Young Jay is racing across that top side right now to be able to answer back. I think they had a pretty good idea that Curse was there when the supportal combat was happening between Usant as well as Ackerman there, and Ackerman actually winning out that particular trade for now.
I want to go back at all three lanes when I'm most excited about the jungle. I love going, I wonder who's getting scuttle, and then not. It's okay. Sure. We know that Loud got scuttle, but now Curse is chasing Young Jay down, so things got spicy in the jungle as we expected.
No, they heard you. So they transitioned away from the mid lane where nothing was happening to try Curse kind of push off Young Jay there. So while he doesn't get Scuttle stolen away from the Young Jay, he will be able to go in and invade, take away those Raptors, as well as get a ton of prio for Feisty in the mid lane with that roam for Ackerman. But I did want to go back to the 2v2 on the bot side.
Yeah.
Because as much as we talked about this top lane potentially being the matchup to watch between these two teams, with both their top laners being big carries, we do have to kind of nod to the rest of the team. Envy in the mid lane is great at neutralizing things, but Bull, especially in recent weeks, has come under fire for sort of his lack of visibility in the games that they're losing. When Loud loses, Bull is all but invisible. And a lot of their fans have kind of criticized him, saying that, hey, we need like an AD carry who can step up and do things. That's the Brazilian AD carry style, but Bull is not a Brazilian. He's very notably a Korean, and he's very good at right-clicking, but he needs a front line to play. And this lane right now feels like the sort of stereotypical Brazilian AD carry versus Korean AD carry, where Duda's just making action happen. He's going in there, he's trading heavily. And as a Lucian, that's what you need to do. If you're not trading, Caitlyn will just outrange you and land the occasional poke, whereas Bull, he's just trying to survive for now and get CS. Like, he does not want to engage with Duda if he doesn't have to. And I think Bull has done a fine job in lane so far, despite that 2v2 loss to 8 earlier on.
And I know that I had mentioned that I personally find Los Grandes' composition to be a little bit more favorable, but in the case of Bull, in the case of setting your AD carry up for success, I mean, Loud definitely have made a good adaptation here. Like you talked about, Bull has been a little bit of invisible. He hasn't meshed stylistically. This composition, well, it still has a little bit of that Brazilian flavor with the Kiana in game one. It is a little bit more standard. It is a little bit more buy space for your AD carry, peel for the Caitlyn, let her do her thing, which is going to be really important. Unfortunately, it's going to be more important in the late game when right now I'm expecting a lot more early and mid-game impact to be had by Dudu. And that's where Bull is really going to have to pull his weight, because they are waiting and investing in him just like this. Moving down to the bot lane, Dudu will go down for first blood. This one going over to Young Jay with an important assist going over to Bull. And Los unable to answer back right now. 3v2 for Loud.
And that's exactly what Loud wanted to see, those kills going over to one of the assassins early on, especially when Young Jay is such an aggressive jungler. You can see Young Jay continues to want more. Huge portal from Usant.
Envy's on the way as well. You just have to give this Trundle up for dead, unfortunately. Curse is tanky, but at this point, not tanky enough. Usant is going to grab the kill, but hey, a kill is a kill. And Loud going up 2-0, 6 minutes into the game is certainly not what Los had expected.
Fair enough, and no shade on Usant there. Because of the heals, it actually messed up the last hit timing, so Usant ends up snagging that one with the heal. But for Los Grandes, a very unfortunate, brutal start from them, and just questions about why they necessarily wanted to do this. So there were already pings coming down. Los Grandes did kind of mention that, hey, Envy's missing here. Envy doesn't show up, but that should have been the call for Duda to back off. And Duda has been playing so aggressively up to this point, thought he was okay with the wards. Surprise, you're not. There's just so much mobility. That was already rough enough, but Curse opting to stick around here was just sheer greed. Your mid laner has gone back to home. Feisty is not there to cover mid. You already knew that Envy moved earlier, and he's still in the mid lane. Like, what was the hope here? Like, we flash over a wall, we get away. Very, very risky business, especially into a Bard. Curse now punished for that aggression. And Los Grandes, they were doing well in lane initially, but the gold has swung into Loud's favor. And notably, Loud is not known for the early game. If they're getting early leads, the mid game gets that much harder for Los Grandes.
Now, despite the fact that Curse died next to a dragon that had just spawned, it's still up. We've got an Infernal Drake on the Rift, and if Loud want, they can revisit the bot lane and try and claim this objective, something that I'm going to say would favor them. Generally, I mean, Dragon's always a good thing. The reason I'm thinking about it is because if you're trading, you don't want to get into a situation in this game where you're trading Dragons and extending the game, because I think that favors Los Grandes.
That's fair. And I think Dragons as well, this year in particular, have not been the best metric necessarily. A lot of teams are kind of giving the first and second Drake away, and then they're really looking to fight for third Drake. Looking at these teams, it's interesting that we're talking about the trading, especially in Los Grandes' favor, because if Los Grandes almost like they value the Void Grubs and the Herald more than the early Dragons, because they've got a better split push. With Zest going sort of an AD build, if he gets those Void Grubs early, he can be an absolute menace, and I'm not confident that Shino can match him in that 1v1. So kind of agree with you there. I think Loud need to decide how they're doing this and make sure that when they grab their objectives, they're not giving away too much on the other side. I'd almost rather see them slow the game down than to rush and try and accelerate with trades.
Seems like something that Los Grandes are not keen on doing. Curse showed he was willing to die for the Scuttle Crab earlier. This time, just costs his AD carry a bit of his health bar. A much better situation. Loud, however, are going to start up the Dragon, consider at least taking this objective, and Young Jay seems to want to commit with the rest of Los not rotating for this. There's no Destiny, there's no teleport from Zest. It's difficult to join in on the fight, and Shino having those cooldowns is sort of implied bot lane. He isn't. He's collecting gold top lane, but the fact that he can be here at any moment makes it really tough for for Los to justify a contest.
Yeah, especially with Sion being able to unstoppable onslaught right down the river and then still teleport to lane to not really miss too much CS either, just means that those Grandes don't want a piece of this. And Loud play the map well. We were just talking about how they don't want to be taking reckless trades. Curse is going to try and force the trade here. I don't know if they're in a strong enough position to. Bull and Usage have already started rotating top.
Yeah, with Caitlyn already here, it's maybe you get one Void Grub. Curse is going to smite at least the single one, but Loud should be able to collect the other two. Feisty's roaming over as well. It really looks like Los Grandes positionally want to contest this, but when you look at when they're out, what they're actually doing, they're just standing around the river watching these Void Grubs go down.
And they put a lot of resources to make that happen as well. Unfortunately, had to just kind of leave bot lane in a rush when they realized that this fight was going to happen, whereas Bull had already pushed the lane, found a good recall timing to get back out. Loud just annoying Curse with a bit of a fake and an invade. Like, I don't think that was seriously ever going to happen. Young Jay already took quite a bit of damage at the Void Grubs prior, and there's the team wants to get back to the lanes. But Loud kind of pulling ahead here, and part of this to me goes back to composition for Los Grandes. We talked about who's engaging. Who's your tank? How do you even approach this objective? Curse was the first one in. He started the grubs and managed to get one away. But then you can see after that, if Curse doesn't feel comfortable being the front line, finding the engage, the rest of the team don't feel comfortable either. Feisty needs time to scale. Zest is not in a great spot, and Dida wasn't there. But all three of them, they're not frontliners. All of them are carries. And Ackerman on Emilio, look, if he wants to sacrifice himself to make an engage happen, props to him for that. But he would have to sacrifice himself. If somehow, some odd way, your Emilio's engaged, something's gone horrifically wrong already.
He's going to sacrifice himself. That's all I could think while you were saying that. I mean, I absorbed the point. And actually, more importantly than that, I absorbed what our observers are desperately trying to show us, that Uzent has placed God's own vision in Curse's jungle. Los Grandes do not have a real jungler. They have no inherent map pressure because of the vision that Uzent was able to place down. This basically lets Los Grandes be read like a book, lets Young Jay position, play however he wants. And right now, what he wants is a bot lane play. Coming down here, ultimate available. Supreme display of talent could mess Los Grandes up, and they've got to back out of the jungle. Young Jay, especially with the backup from Uzent, can really take any play he wants.
And a bit of a desperate clear from Los Grandes coming through to try and deny some of that vision away ASAP. They know that if they leave that vision up, Ackerman and Dida are dead to rights. They are both squishies, and that Kiana, with the Hydra already completed, is looking to get some kills in the back pocket. Curse stepping up aggressively again. Like, he wins the 1v1 trade against Young Jay, which is why he's doing that. But 3v3, if any CC hits on Curse, that skirmish goes very sideways. Look at that.
Does end up popping the ultimate. Actually flashes on YoungJay. Curse knows who wins this. Another flash forward from Duda secures the kill. But now Duda's in trouble as Envy walking down the river is going to be all over him momentarily. Slow comes through. Bold with one more auto into it, but Envy's there to cut him off with a magical journey. Snipe is going to connect onto Curse, but not take the kill. Well, top lane, Zest is the one in trouble. Flashed on by Shino, but alive with the ghost. By, what is that? He was at like 10 HP, surely.
He was sub 20. But Serpentine, Zest dodging everything, barely burns the ghost and the flash. But I want to replay on how that even happened, because Shino must have found some sort of engage onto him, perhaps with the unstoppable onslaught. This bot side fight, though, very much down to the wire. And yeah, this is why we love CBLOL, because a lot of times it does just come down to a hands diff. I thought Curse was kind of cooked when the CC landed, but Duda playing so aggressively barely gets the last auto onto YoungJay, making sure that he comes out ahead. And right here, Curse was just playing with fire, right? Like we talked about any CC hits. And when that net landed, they relied so much on the melee out to get him out, but it was still really, really rough. And I think Cloud, to a certain extent, underestimated a little bit about how aggressive Los were going to go. So they backed out and left YoungJay exposed. But the eventual rundown, it was a very high-risk, medium-reward play for Los Grandes. And this could have gone a lot worse. So 1-for-1 is already not bad. This top side's interesting.
I mean, like, we came probably within a total of 100 HP between Zest and Curse of this being a 1-for-3. Yep. Because Zest gets away on flipping nothing, and Curse, I think he was still over 100 HP, but it was a near thing. Now with Second Dragon coming up again, we could see Los Grandes roll the dice once more, but Curse, crucially, is going to be down flash for this fight, has ult back for it, still probably wins the 1v1, but Loud with a gold lead could win the fight. Going to be a quick engage from Curse. Again, is going to get Ackerman's help to smack down YoungJay. The rest of Loud just not really entering the river, even when their jungler wanted to fight.
Ooh, and this is where that talk of variance we had in the pregame is rearing its ugly head a little bit. Because we talked about how Envy is a great neutralizer. Bull is fairly stable, if uninspiring, in their losses. So where's the variance coming from? It's coming from Shino in a positive way, and it's coming from YoungJay in a very wild way. As we saw in that particular play. YoungJay just kind of got caught out of position and decided, well, I'm going to die. I'm just going to try and force this play anyways. And you can tell that the rest of Loud was not on the same page. And because of that, they just lose that second Drake uncontested to Los. Loud were looking in a decent position prior to this, but giving Los any way back into the game is always a risky proposition, especially when we see that the Kraken Slayer just completed for Zest as well. It feels like Los's lanes are about to come online. Rod of Ages stacking for Feisty, and when you should have been pressing the early lane lead, you just kind of gave it back in the game.
Dodo again. Honestly, playing really well on Lucian. I've admired the way that he's able to step up for the rest of the team, create space for Los Grandes, as Curse is trying to do right now. Okay. Interrupt going to come down, and Sion, now with no HP, leaves Shino, unfortunately, no longer on the Rift. Well, I say that. Sion does have a passive, and it does cause some trouble for Los Grandes. It causes more trouble for Loud, however, to lose their top laner and not have him up to contest the Rift Herald that Los really wanted to do until it said no.
Shino's just like, no. We want a fair fight. We're going to reset this and wait till Shino comes back up before we look for this fight again. But yeah, unfortunately for Loud, they collapsed back in. They were looking for the kill onto Duda on the rotation out. But unfortunately, it's Shino who ends up getting caught out on the back end. Because of that, Loud, once again, kind of just given that free kill over. Los getting back into the game. And what's even more worrying for me is when I look at Los and how I expected this comp to function. So we said they have a strong bot lane. We talked about the carries in the mid lane, but it was really about this top lane TF that surprised us, that I'm expecting to kind of take them over the edge, and that's as a split pusher. Zest almost dying to Shino was not a good sign for this Twisted Fate, but him being able to participate in the fight, get the assist, that's a better sign for Zest. And the fact that they're slowing Shino down as well will mean that hopefully Zest actually comes online when he should in the side lane, and we'll be able to exert pressure in the mid game.
He was spotted on a ward, so Shino's actually going to go for this, but it is not a good play for Shino, as there's still a pillar that could be thrown in his way, and it's not even needed right now. Shino just gets chomped through, Zest collecting the kill. Kraken Slayer already completed on TF. I mean, he is a real AD threat, but Curse just seems like the guy you can't step close to. Dudu's trying to be the man. He's trying to step up on the Lucian. Zest, of course, wants to be the carry in the side lane, but it's wherever Curse is that people are dying.
And the thing with Curse is that he's not even acting as a tank or engager. It's literally just there for the subjugate. You saw how squishy Sion looked, and that's the big tank when subjugate comes down. Thankfully, Loud were not asleep at the wheel while that was happening. They did manage to get Shelly on the sort of recovery, on the reset, and then they were able to take first turret on the top side. They're seeing if they can potentially get a second charge off Shelly, but I sincerely doubt it. Yeah, just the one brick for now to try and keep the game still pretty even. 1,000 gold lead for Los Grandes at this point is not game breaking by any means. It's really just an indicator of how the game has been going these last 5 minutes.
I am comfortable not knowing this. I mean, I'm going to admit to not knowing something, and I'm comfortable with the fact that I don't know it. Miasma doesn't affect Shelly charge, right? That's not coded as a movement ability.
I don't believe so. At least
we're gonna have to
we've
think
seen
about
the charge go through it. Yeah. I'm going to be honest. They're just trying to kill her early.
Okay. Hear me out. Oh, hold on. Hear me out after this play. Feisty does whiff the ult, but Envy is still very much in trouble. Flash forward from Curse, of course, is going to net Los another kill, but it may still result in a play not in their favor. Bull's trapped in the mid lane, but Loud do have 3 members top if they want to fight, and it appears they don't. Okay, hear me out.
Okay.
Right now, Curse is obviously huge. Curse is very scary. I wouldn't want to play against him. Dudu is making such a huge difference in this game. Yeah. Especially with the contest around Rift Herald, with the space that he's making on Lucian. I am tempted to consider him as actually the bigger part of the game than Curse for why Los Grandes are back in this. Thoughts?
That is a very interesting sort of thought, because I see it. Every time we pan over to Dida, he's diving and he's making all sorts of really high-risk plays, which somehow he's not being punished for. So I see where you're coming from. I think the big reason why I'm still leaning more towards Curse and Zest a little bit is because Dida, right now, a lot of his plays have been isolated towards Bull. Wherever Bull is at, that's where Dida is looking to punish and try and slow things down and get pressure for the most part. So it hasn't translated into quite as much global pressure as what Curse has been able to do. But I think if Dida keeps this performance up, when we start hitting the stage of the game where it's 5v5s, if he's able to continue doing that without being punished, then he will certainly have as much, if not more, impact than Curse to sort of subjugate, run at you, and set you up for the rest of the team. The problem is we've got to get to that stage, and ironically, I think Loud wants to get to the teamfight stage. They have a better teamfight composition for a front to back, but right now they're being pulled all over the map, and Los is finding ways to just overload them with numbers repeatedly, and it feels like Loud is always that half a step behind on these side lanes.
The nice thing is 20 minutes into the game, there's no better time to play for the team fights. Loud actually get to play for the Dragon now, although it's worth noting that Los did get one earlier. So any soul is going to be pretty substantially delayed, maybe enough to let Los scale back up, especially if they're able to steal a second. And Curse was thinking about it. But Flashless, he can't do too much. Envy's coming in on the flank. He's going to try and assassinate Zest, who gets stunned himself by the supreme display of talent. With Envy still on the flank and Feisty just now showing up, it's Duda and Curse doing the majority of the damage, as Duda again is going to dash forward, only not to be punished. But Loud collect the Dragon. They don't get punished for it themselves. It is definitely a play in their favor.
And on one hand, I am impressed that Los Grandes didn't lose anybody in that fight. They were spoiling for the 5v5, and I thought Loud would have the advantage in that. But as you saw, not so, especially while they're distracted with Dragon. And Los, I love the pushing the tempo here.
I'm not sure how it's going to go, as Envy does join underneath the tower, actually commits onto Duda in the most trouble he's ever been into. Envy gets right on top of him, and up close and personal will take the kill. 1 for 1. Takes Envy out as well. Zest is still up as a form of ranged damage for this tower, and Los Grandes could go for this again.
Fairly low health bars. Curse eating a bit more poke from Young Jay. Shino might be the tank, but he's less than 30% health. Use it, almost goes down.
Never mind. Hit the champions. Hit them all. Shino's underneath the tower and has to flash away. Feisty still is going to get the kill before likely having to run away from Shino's zombified form. Los Grandes, I mean, to quote another game that I play a lot of, they turned crap into gold.
I'm not sure where the quote's coming from, Dia, but I am fully on board with that statement. And it's kind of disgusting the way Los do this, because is this a good move? Objectively, strategically speaking, they overextended. Curse running through the tower was unnecessary, but it's so Los coded that it kind of works, because what Los are just trying to do is scrap. Is their comp is made for smaller skirmishes, not necessarily these big 5v5s, but because they keep pulling Loud out of comfort zones and they're so relentlessly aggressive, Loud looks like they're getting caught on the back foot. Like even that tower dive, you could see that, okay, they're thinking we're under a turret. We should be fine. Surely they won't dive us. And Los went, turret? Guys, we know how to juggle.
And as we cut back to live, unfortunately, no juggling was able to be done this time. Feisty got taken down, no turret, no vision, no nothing. And now, 20 minutes into the game, or I should say 22 at this point, Loud do have a numbers advantage and a Baron around. They're not going to start it up. It's a little too early for that yet, but you can see how mistakes like this one could get you in trouble.
And Feisty knows his control ward there, dropped the Scryers a little bit too late, and the double assassins see the squishy snake. They're able to find that, take that out. So great play from Loud. That's ideally what you want to do when you're behind, is try and facilitate these sort of catches, these ganks, especially with double assassins. Nobody on Los Grandes is tanky enough to be able to survive. Notably, Zest as well. He is going ADTF, so there's no Zhonya's, no Seekers built for him just yet, and he is very, very vulnerable if he gets cut out. I hope he does build one later, because to me, I was thinking that might be their engage, is, you know, pull like a Messiah-esque play. I was corrected yesterday. Messiah did not throw a gold card before he goes gold, but just baiting with your body is fine. Yeah, I forgot. I kept thinking he stunned somebody when he goes in. But I mean, the combo is still there. The whole idea is you bait Envy.
Remember, you can see him through the shroud. Who gave us that interaction earlier? Who? See, URMC, did you alert me to that interaction?
Somebody in chat, whose name escapes me at this very second, who kind of mentioned that, yeah, Destiny gives the vision. And sure enough, like that's been a big part of it. Even around the Dragon earlier, actually, one thing to note was the Destiny actually spotted the Envy flank, and those Grandes went, okay, bet we know where Envy is. That's fine. We just need to turn on the other side faster than Envy can get here. And that's kind of stopping Loud's flank movements a lot. I think Young Jay and Envy need to stop being so sneaky about it. Don't pull the deep Mission Impossible. Instead, just go for the shorter, sort of dash in from the sides, dash in from the front if need be. Because there is no true front line for Los Grandes.
Well, we're in concerning territory right now for Loud. At least something I want to flag as we're talking about the front line for Los Grandes is Bull. He's hit 2 items. Great on Caitlyn. Yes, love it. But those 2 items are exacerbating Caitlyn's main problem of not really being able to attack fast enough. Collector plus Infinity Edge means a lot of damage, but not a whole lot of consistent damage coming out of Bull. And I guess if Zest is dead, you might not need it.
Well, it helps with that. So a lot of times you see the Hex Optics come through for Caitlyn because she's in positions where she can trade and poke out. That was not very much the case in the lane, where Duda is constantly dashing in and reducing the range so that she's not getting the full value of Hex Optics. So I like the adaptation from Bull. And while Collector doesn't hit quite as hard as Hex Optics, but in these sort of big burst moments, well, you saw exactly what happened. And there's so many squishies, you can just ace in the hole from behind. Tempered Fate not landing onto Duda, fancy feet dodging around, but Duda's culling, not really doing too much damage either to Sheena.
Yeah. It's like we've traded ultimates and both of them had approximately 0 value, which unfortunately just favors Loud, who had the numbers advantage anyway. That turns into a 3rd dragon for them. And I use the word unfortunately because I was thinking from the perspective of Los. If you're thinking from the perspective of Loud, we're 25 minutes into the game. You put yourself on soul point. The enemy is attempting a desperation Baron. You could be doing a lot worse. In fact, Loud could be cooking up a game win if they play their cards right. But the card does connect onto Envy, which costs him his life. And Loud are going to have to back off from this. Baron's still a possibility for Los Grandes, especially if they're able to find one more pick.
But Dia, was it desperation or was it a trap all along? I think Los Grandes, you can see the way they peeled off. They were baiting the unstoppable onslaughts or teleports, knowing that if they don't use it, they have enough damage to melt. And now they pulled Chino in again.
Young Jay's in the pit with Feisty. Feisty stuns Young Jay in the pit and flashes forward to take him out. The mid laner assassinating the jungler and tuning back in with the rest of the fight. Things are not going Loud's way here either. Bull, Yuzen, and Sheena all on 1 HP, and it's a double kill going over to Zest, completing the ace for Los Grandes. It's not the Baron they dreamed of. It's so much better.
It's messy, it's chaotic, it's celebratory, Dia. It's a carnival for Los Grandes right now, and these are the fights they want. Their composition, we talked about the fact that their front to back is kind of risky. They're doing a lot of kiting to get in position to make things happen. So what they need is they need Loud to engage in bits and pieces. They need to make sure Loud's never quite comfortable and Loud splits up, and we get to see that right here, because this is desperation. Envy's already dead, so Loud needs to stop Baron from being done, and that means that they have to go in, and they might not have everybody in sort of the right positions to make this work. Now, Bo and Yuzen gave me hope. For a second, I thought they could turn it, but the gold card, it's just point and click. There's no good answer to that, and from that, Low split you up. You don't have a front line. They've got all your carries to just melt right through you, and YoungJay, the other assassin, who had to distract the back line of Los Grandes, just got zoned up 1v1 by Feisty. I called it 1v1, but realistically it was actually a 2v1 because Baron actually hit YoungJay quite a few times and debuffed him, which meant that he had no kill threat onto Feisty.
I just watched the replay and I still don't understand how Zest killed two of them at the same time. He didn't. It didn't look like he red carded. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm just flagging that I don't. I'm not really up on how exactly that happened. Curse did start the Baron up again. Los still want to force this issue. They're feeling strong right now. And remember, Zest, with the rapid fire cannon, is able to fish for a lot of...
Well, sometimes when you go fishing, you lose your bait. So Duda was the bait they were kind of waving. And I think that was a hit shot from Bo that almost killed him there.
I mean, it must have been. He's not even building that much attack speed. He went RSC and then grabbed double longsword. Bull is like, he's like doing a Widowmaker impression. One shot, one kill.
Basically, I mean, especially when there's so many squishies, I think that's not the wrong call by any means. Even Kurtz, who has built some MR, it's MR, it's not armor. He's got the chainmail going at this point, but he is still vulnerable to eating a lot of that damage. I do want to highlight as well, Seeker's completed for Zest now. I think Los, they have been fishing up to this point. And by the way, this Baron's actually really dangerous for both of these teams. Loud's lack of quick, or their lack of consistent damage means they can't take Baron very quickly. Los can take it very quickly, but they have no true front line. So whoever's tanking it is just going to die in one shot to an engage from Loud. So they've been using it as bait at this point. I think with the Seekers now for Zest, they no longer have to use Baron as bait. They can actually just try and look for a pick on anybody approaching them at Baron, use Zest to just Destiny in, and then he's got the Seekers to buy time for the rest of the team to follow up on that sort of wild engage. And as long as they can find sort of one kill, especially if it's onto YoungJay or Envy, the fight simplifies for Los Grandes, and trying to kite back works a lot easier for them.
It ends up working out because right now, Los Grandes have come back from a game that was slipping from their control. I would still love to see Loud turn this game from draft going in such a, in my opinion, Los Grandes favored way, to early game going Loud's way. I mean, nothing would make me happier than to see Loud go, yeah, actually, this is the CBLOL, and we simply win. Either way, we are getting some incredible League of Legends right now. And Los Grandes, as you mentioned, continue to show up at Baron and drag Loud over there, because if Loud are a second late on the check, Los Grandes can just take this 13, 12k. Shino's got to walk in, half HP on the Baron already, but Los Grandes tanked up a lot of damage. Out goes the ult from Curse as he walks towards Shino, is the squishiest he's ever going to be. But what a supreme display of talent. What a tempered fate. Catches everyone from Los Grandes and forces a fight reset. Shino still low, and Zest with the gold card forces his ultimate as well.
They're still looking. YoungJay just distracting them on the way out. Dragon is up, by the way, and this is so for Loud if they can get it. Zest already used the Destiny. Doesn't have an ability. Did they find a catch?
It's too good. Bull steps, I'm sorry, onto Zest's screen. And that is why Rapid Fire Cannon on Twisted Fate needs a nerf.
I'm not seeing enough Twisted Fates, I think, to warrant the nerf, but I'm sure Bull would agree in this particular instance. Bull as well had his own Rapid Fire Cannon, so he just kind of disrespected the range to come through, and Los are going full gear at this pedal to the metal. They not only get the kill, they instantly get the dragon, and they're going to melt the Baron. YoungJay is on the run. He will not get here in time.
Smite comes through. Shino again on the front line, but without the ult from Curse, actually is a real front line. If it was feasible, I would love to see Loud play around the subjugate timing, but it's just impossible to do. It's such a low cooldown And it's so easy to hold on to that unless you're threatening engages on Curse constantly and able to disengage, which Loud or not, you just kind of have to wait for Los to say, yeah, we win this fight now.
And if anything, I feel like Los has been having problems layering their CC properly. Like, you could do that by desyncing your ultimates, have the Unstoppable Onslaught or the Tempered Fate in order to kind of buy time. Feisty
does have Seekers, remember that.
That's
so as he flashes over the wall, Feisty had a lot of safety left in him, just expending the flash to get away. Wants to keep that sort of, what's that word I'm looking for? Surprise? Yeah. In his pocket. Options is a good word, since I'm sure that Loud have the ability to press tab. If it's me, if I'm playing this game against him, it's a surprise.
Fair enough. We'll have to see if he catches Loud off guard. For now, though, the siege continues from Los Grandes. They are utilizing the Baron best they can. Their composition is not ideal for sieges. They don't have a ton of range, but what they do have is a lot of damage to just melt through the turret when it arrives. Yeah, Destiny just popped to be able to track where all of Loud is. Envy is the big person they're trying to track with this, and it worked.
And it's such a source of pressure as well. You know that Zest has full information on you as he steps forward and actually uses the gold card. Supreme Display of Talent will not catch him as he flashes away. The backline of Los Grandes is safe, and Loud have attempted an engage. Now it's Los's turn with the pillar to force the flash out of Shino. They are still on the offensive with Baron in their pockets. They'd like to get a lot more, and Los Grandes know how much Loud has just tried to make an engage work and are going to abuse that fact. Envy on the sidelines is the X factor.
You have to be really careful,
X factor.
There we go. Yes. We got there eventually, Dia. And Los will have to get there eventually, but not onto this push either. So well played from Loud to be able to dissuade them from continuing on. That was another sort of high-risk play that came through from Los on that top side, opting to stick around. But we've already talked about this. Los seems to thrive under pressure. The more they put themselves in these high-risk situations, the more that they not only succeed, but it feels like it's fueling their next play. They've been playing a lot of dangerous plays, but it's been looking cleaner and cleaner each time. And now the big next play for them is going to be on this dragon. So point for Los Grandes, so for Loud. And for Loud, look, they have some scaling on their side. Caitlyn at 6 items is terrifying. Shino on Sion will scale infinitely, but it doesn't feel that way right now. It feels a little bit desperate for Loud, and it almost feels like they have to get this soul. If not, I do not think they can hold on long enough for their scaling to matter.
Dia's cooldown tracking is going to hit us with a Mikhail's has just been used. And it was on to Shino to save him from that engage, which means you don't have it for Bull, you don't have it for Shino the second time, and he has taken a lot of damage for that cooldown. No Baron anymore. Los just know they're strong enough to force a fight in the base, or at least they think they do. Young Jay considered stepping up for an engage himself. Zest snips that in the bud. I think the word is nips that in the bud, but that's always seemed a weird one to me.
English is a weird language, Dia, but yes, it is nip them in the bud. And in this particular case, I think Los was also willing to go that hard because that was the recall timer, right? So that they can get to Dragon in time with full health. They're just trying to get as much pressure as they can, chip it away. If they lose health, they lose mana. That's okay. They just need to not use their major cooldowns. And speaking of major cooldowns, it is worth noting that flashes are down for multiple members. Only Dida and Ackerman have it on the side of Los Grandes, whereas Envy's flash is about to come back online as well. Bull has his, and so does Usant. And notably, no Destiny. I know Destiny is not normally a combat spell, so we don't track it for big team fights. But given that it's had so much value in terms of tracking where Envy and Youngji are flanking from, and also just seeing Envy in Shroud, I do consider it a big ultimate for any upcoming team fights.
No Baron on the table. Dragon up in 5 seconds. Envy on the flank. This could be Loud coming back. Envy's going to have to be the one to do it, though. His flank is now spotted. Zest's got the gold card and can run at him, but it's Feisty on the other side that actually pulls off the engage against Loud. Now it's Curse and Dutta juggling Shino as he will fall. Feisty being kept alive by Ackerman as Envy looks for the dive but can't complete it. Too many Seekers, arm guards, and too many gold cards making Akali have a no good time. That is going to be a team fight 1 for Los Grandes, and they are looking for a whole lot more. As Dragon not even a consideration, Los Grandes want the base. They want game number 1. Can they do it here?
I mean, 30-second death timers on Shino, on Envy. Use it in Jet Chamber 2.
Massive! Double triple kill comes through for him, and of course, Feisty is going to help out and secure the final one. That's an ace now, and certainly the game for Los Grandes. That was, I mean, you know that I've been going back and forth on Curse, on Dudu. That last play, pretty gorgeous way to finish things off for Los Grandes, and a Game 1 win. Did not always seem clear, but they managed to pull it out of the hat.
I feel like after the first 20 minutes, yeah, it did seem very Lowe's favored. Like, just the flow of the game just kept going in their favor, and it just became a big question mark of where does Loud go from this? And for Lowe's, every player I think really stepped up incredibly well. Like when I'm watching those team fights, like I'm trying to focus on like one or two players, but especially that last team fight in the mid lane, the way Lowe's split up and Loud was just hesitant to engage. Like you were missing Feisty, you were missing Zest. It was just Duda, Curse, and Ackerman. And even then they went like, can we take this? They hesitated just way too much and just got punished for it. And Uzent, I think, had one of his worst performances we've seen since his debut here in CBLOL earlier this split. Uzent, the Bard game was not it. Multiple Tempered Fates didn't achieve anything. He whiffed a lot of them. That last fight in the base, he's kind of saved Duda in the way Duda was stepping up right there. He went gold and bought time for the rest of the team to kind of go around him. And in two fights before that as well, the one where YoungJay thought he found the angle, the Tempered Fate plus Supreme Display of Talent, you call it Supreme Display of Talent, was great. And I fully agree. Tempered Fate nullified half of it. Because they got stunned, a lot of the damage didn't come through. The team wasn't able to follow up properly. And yeah, that Bard play really hurt them. Now, it's full Fearless here, so we won't get to see the Bard again in either support's hands. And we'll have to see if Uzent is able to bounce back a little bit because, while I don't think he solo lost him the game, I think his performance on Bard was probably the big standout for Loud in a negative fashion.
I can get on board with that. I mean, yeah, I of all the positions, definitely the most individual issues. But I also think that if I can take the other side of this just a bit, it's not that I fully disagree with you, but it's easy to look bad on Bard. I think that the amount of times that that YoungJay looks bad are going to be less because the Supreme Display of Talent is hitting somebody. Something is happening. Whereas Uzent kind of suffers from it's either missing or it's kind of hurting us. And that depends on whether the rest of the team is on the same page or not as well. I mean, Shino did nothing wrong. Shino did nothing wrong this game. He was fine. I know that like the Scion was actually really, really good in lane. Outside of lane, it's not his fault. Bull did a great job. Envy, I'm 50-50 on. It's a tough comp to play into. And to me, it comes down to between YoungJay and Uzent as to who the bigger problem was for Loud.
Yeah, and for Loud, they've only got a couple of minutes in their rest room, in their breaks between right now to try and figure out what on earth they need to fix. Because if there is a team that can turn on a dime, if there is a team who has that Brazilian magic, it has historically been Loud, even as recently as the CBLOL Cup, where they actually managed to win the whole darn thing over the likes of Red and Furia. So let's see if they're able to find it. And for Los, man, they back in the Cup, they were known as the one game wonders, right? Like they win the first game, and then what happens after that, nobody knows. They've improved a lot, but best of fives, well, they've won one, they've lost one, and right now it feels like they need to get their record positive 50-50. So we'll see how the rest of the series goes for them.
Okay, well, we're going to do that soon. But first, I'm going to grab some water. The players, as you mentioned, going to use the restroom and try and figure out what's going on with their game. I suggest you do too. Maybe the first part, maybe the second. Not sure which one you're on. Either way, we'll see you in a few minutes. And we're back. And we are back as the teams are getting ready. It looked like they were about to start draft. They still may be about to start draft. I'll show everybody so that you guys can see what's going on the main stream. But
they are.
With draft about to start for game 2, I wanted to give us a little bit of breathing room, RMC. What might we expect? What do Loud need to adjust, especially now that Sion is off the table for them?
Well, the TLDR idea is that Loud need to win. That's the adjustment they need to make. The long of it, though...
Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
The long part of it's a lot more complicated, though, because while we can point out individual flaws from individual players, I think fundamentally their teamwork was bad. They were not engaging properly. The team fights were messed up. And in that last big team fight in the mid lane, they lost a 4v3 where NB was just kind of distracting both Zest as well as Feisty. And that should have been an easy win on the other side. It didn't happen. The team just looked incredibly disjointed. Now, going into game 2, Loud has opted for first pick. So they see certain champions that they want to get for themselves. And Los has opted for blue side. And I'm not actually sure that first pick is the better option in this case. I do feel like given the caliber of players, the type of players we have, Zest and Feisty, heck, even Dida, can all really take advantage of counter pick matchups and just crush their opposing laners.
Yeah, I would prefer counter pick in this series, that's for sure. I really appreciate it. We've got a chatter, not Elixir, who is like, all right, guys, let's draft Pantheon. First ban Pantheon. That was a devastating thing to witness in real time. However, crucially, with the Pantheon ban, Orianna not banned, and Envy's like, enough of this melee bull. I am going back on the Orianna. Let's see how it works. I think he's an assassin player. I don't know. Yeah. I don't love Orianna for him, but Orianna's pretty freaking good.
And to be fair, he has like 100% win rate on Orianna so far this split. So understand, but Orianna is generally just still a strong pick. I just don't know if she's the best that you necessarily want to have. And we just talked about team coordination. Orianna is a champion that does rely very heavily on coordination. So perhaps we just see Loud just go for a press R composition where, yes, you need to coordinate, but also the go signals are very clear and it's very easy to layer things. But it does also mean that if they screw up Dia, it's going to look way, way worse than it did in game 1. There's going to be very little agency. For now, though, J4 and Ryze, the answer from Los Grandes, very standard picks. We've seen a lot of Ryze versus Ori matchups. She wins early, he scales up to infinity. And for Loud, it's that wombo combo with the Aatrox, with the Rumble.
And the nice thing about Aatrox as well, it's a takeaway pick from Zest, who doesn't seem to care. He locks in Cassante and will be, I don't know, having a beer during this match. Whatever people do while they play Cassante, because that champion does not need to interact too much around the top lane. Now it comes down to what's going on around the bot lane, because with both top sides locked in, I think on both sides we've got pretty clear identities. Los Grandes is a very standard front-to-back, Jarvan, Cassante, Wu, very fun. And like you say, Loud likes to press R on people. What bot lane can they grab with that to actually make it work? Misfortune, of course, available in the pool if you really wanted to go all in on it.
Yeah, I don't know if Misfortune... You need...
He's good.
At that point, you need engage support. I happen to actually not mind Misfortune. We have a regular here on the CBLOL English chat, Lunar, who absolutely loves the champion. She would do well in terms of the identity. I just don't know if in the current meta she's safe to pick necessarily. And also, what I would like to see a little bit more, I think, from Loud at this point is just hard CC. So some sort of engaged support to come through on the bot side. Senna might not have been a bad shot if you still wanted the Enchanter side of things. Ashe Seraphine especially would have been great for Loud, I feel like, where you've got the non-committal engage to set up, plus the follow-up CC. Los, on the other hand, is the one I'm more interested in, because with J4, with Cassante, and with Ryze, I felt like you could afford to pick a hyper carry, something like a Yunara, where you still have a small dash to get off the red carpet, the equalizer as fast as you can, but besides that, I'm not as worried about dive threats to come through. Instead, they opted for the Ezreal for Dida, which we've seen him in Ezreal before. He's great on these sort of mechanical champions. With the Ezreal, you kind of don't care. Like, your support doesn't have to be with you anymore. Dida will just do Dida things, and I don't expect to see him die very much this game.
I think I don't mind Jhin here. Even though Cassante has been locked in, I feel like... No, I'm not going to take that away. I don't even feel like. I see that Loud are going, we don't need our AD carry to do the damage because the top side is going to do it. He's going to be able to press R, he's going to be able to press W, he's going to be useful, but Bull is not the hero of this story, unlike in Game 1, where we gave him Caitlyn and said, you go. He didn't go. Now he takes a backseat, he's in Jhin jail, and you're going to watch the top side play the game.
Okay, I kind of see where you're coming from, Dia, and I think that's a much more charitable take than what I initially had when I saw the Jhin.
All right.
So, you know, fine. If he can't be the carry of the story, if he can't be the protagonist, at least let him be more than a footnote. And I guess the Jhin will be almost the engage source for this composition, where you can use the curtain call to slow things down to allow Yuzin to get his redemption story with this Nico, find that big engage to set up the Orianna Shockwave with the Rumble Equalizer, and just let Aatrox kind of dumpster all over them. Perhaps that's the idea. Again, I feel like it's not necessarily the most optimal side of it, and a lot of the damage now is going to be front-loaded. If the Rumble doesn't pop off, if Shino can't get a good equalizer, if Envy doesn't get a critical shockwave, I am a little bit concerned about how the rest of the fight plays out. Not just because Jhin doesn't do terribly well into K'Sante, especially as the game goes on and K'Sante builds armor, but also because K'Sante is good at diving the backline, kidnapping somebody and removing them from the fight. So it's going to be really hard for Bull to stay safe. But also, I feel like they kind of forgot about J4. Like, Curse on the Jarvan is going to just be accessing the backline, and it's not just about Bull either. Like, Envy's got to dodge around that too. And with Cataclysm, you know, there are some... It's kind of weird where champions with mobility normally don't fear Cataclysm, but at the same time, the wall can potentially mess up Youngjae when he's going in with Aatrox. If you place the wall right, you can actually cut short some of his hops a little bit. And there needs to be some time between those cues from the Aatrox. So if you can hold him in there for just a couple of seconds, that's all you really need for Duda to just rip apart that team. Rip apart Loud as a whole if there's no threat going after that Ezreal early on.
Yeah, I'm really worried specifically about the Rumble ults, because like you said, if that's whiffing, your team fight is just kind of gone. I mean, there's always the world where Youngjae is untouchable on Aatrox and just 1v9s the game, but that world seems pretty darn far away. However, that's from my perspective. Remember to let us know yours with your predictions. You stand to win channel points, which I don't even know if we can redeem them for anything. Just flex them. I don't think we have. I'll figure out something you can redeem your channel points for later. However, it's good to have them. Good to save them for a rainy day. As we get into this game, I will remind everybody as well, Uzent is on Fraud Watch after last game. And he's on Nico, who actually can be a huge champion into the engage that Los Grandes have, into the setup that you need for the top side of the map for Loud. Uzent is going to make or break this, or actually has the potential to, is a better way to say it.
And it's going to be interesting because of Ackerman's last pick as well. We didn't really touch on that in Nivea, which came in very late for Los Grandes. But that is specifically being chosen to mess up the engage from Uzent. The extra wall, the stun, even the Glacial Storm slow is all going to factor into whether or not Uzent can actually find the right targets. And it really is about messing up the Nico engage. So if Uzent is able to come back from this, it's going to be a monumental hero moment. It's huge redemption, not just for last game, but through all the adversity that Ackerman is going to try and put it his way. Can I also say for channel points, at one point, I had 250,000 channel points here.
What happened?
And I lost it last split. I remember when I said, like, no, support your team. Put all your points on the team that you support. Yeah, it's not great for your points. It's really fun, though. And if you have nothing better to do with your points, might as well. I went all in on Pain early last split. I lost everything.
It is really fun, I gotta say. Channel points are nice. It's low stakes, and you stand to feel really, really cool when you win. However, you do have to actually win. And that is going to be the challenge for not just you at home with your channel points, but composition from Loud. The pieces, they've got it. Even the composition from Los, the Anivia, I like it. But when it comes to execution, that is the really big determiner. We saw it hinder Los Grandes in game one, almost costing them the game before they brought it back against Loud. And this time, got to pull it off once again. I am noticing Youngjae is finishing his clear down towards the bot side of the map. He was spotted on a ward top side doing his Raptors, so Los Grandes do have an idea of where the jungler is, and we're not really seeing that mirrored. Loud don't have data on where Curse is right now.
Yeah, and for this bot lane for Loud, if they can land the CC, there's certainly ways for Youngjae to get in there and be able to find some kills, but it is a bit of a tall order. Well, I thought it was a tall order because we had seen Deda and Ackerman just winning out all those 2v2 trades, but actually a great route from Yuzin managed to turn things around. Envy has the flash early against Spicy, and this is Man, we don't think of Ryze as an early game champion, but when you land all your skill shots, I guess he is.
Ryze can be even an assassin. You play your cards right. Ackerman does land the stun, and actually Flash gets forced out of bowl with Curse coming down to the bot lane. But YoungJay wants to follow up on this engage, shows up, and gets a quick knock-up. With the rest of the Loud bot lane not really on the same page about it. You may have Aatrox there, but Yuzen doesn't want to fight, and neither does Bull.
Yeah, and that was kind of the concern I had when I was watching the early sort of 2v2s, was I expected this to be the outcome, where YoungJay goes to the bot lane, he's looking for a gank, but his bot lane's already under siege, under pressure, and can't actually help him. They have to burn their summoners, or pardon me, their spells and abilities defensively rather than offensively. And huge props to Ackerman. Great usage of the wall as well to reposition Bull, to force the flash out of Bull. And that kind of meant that, yeah, Bull and Yuzen weren't able to follow up and really set YoungJay up for any sort of success down there.
Ackerman's gonna get out of this one, guys. Don't worry. I know the health bar is low, but Nico can only do so much on her own, and Ackerman still got egg, something that is going to be really impactful when Loud decide to all in, because at some point they're going to have to around the bot side. Curse starting to clear his top side once again, has gotten first back in. Ruby Crystal and the longsword for him. Pretty nice early back despite a lack of extra gold, but Shino thinks about going for the tower dive on Zest, and it is clear who is winning this top side. Shino has gotten the better end of the matchup. We saw Zest opt into Cassante. It's Shino's best chance to make a difference for Loud.
True. Unfortunately, from what we've seen of Rumbles this split in particular, I feel like they don't have the strength that they had in splits past. Especially in the laning phase, where they used to be able to just pretty much auto-win the lane, and then at level 6 just walk over to the Void Grubs and just win any small skirmish by laying down the Equalizer. Now, like, the laning is a lot more 50-50. Like, yeah, Shino did win out, but Zest just teleports back to lane with a magic resistance item, and suddenly he's going to start winning out this lane and not care about the trades as much. So I am hoping to see Shino have a lot of impact, especially when we know he can be a carry for the team. But this is, I think, the expected sort of situation where Zest is also a really good top laner, and we already said it's going to be a top lane death cage matchup where nobody gets to leave without paying a huge price.
Wave crashing for Loud just as the dragon spawns. First strike is going to be a Cloud Dragon, which actually leaves us in the awkward position of, do we even kill it? Because Los Grandes don't really want to invest a whole lot of time into the Anivia Ezreal lane, and Loud certainly have stronger lanes around the top side to be ganking. Who's actually going for the Cloud Drake, or are we just leaving it till 30 minutes again?
I actually feel like it's really good if you can get it, but it's more just, can you get it against both of these bot lanes?
Ackerman is such a G. Sidestepping that into the stun. Curse has shown up here as well. Curse has to flash away with YoungJay on 1 HP. It'll be Duda that takes to the front lines to secure first blood. Bull wants to answer back. Curse cannot step up to this play, so it will be a 1-for-1. We've almost got the Deadly Flourish up again if Bull wants to chase this, and Ackerman forced to flash away as a result. Can't afford to eat the CC from Uzent. 1-for-1 in the bot lane.
Tight margins, with Dilla picking up the first blood as well, but it's going to be Bull surviving the exchange and pushing the wave in. So really nice sort of back and forth there. I really like this from Ackerman as well. He actually intentionally kept in range of the chains so that he'd actually be pulled in for the fight to make sure he got the range, but still, or to get back into the fight a little bit faster. Still wasn't quite able to finish off YoungJay fast enough, and that's what forced Dida to have to really overcome it. And Dida knew if he's going in, there's no coming back out from that situation. It's more like, can I do enough damage for Cursor Ackerman to pick up a kill on the back end? And unfortunately, the answer was no.
Yeah, and you know, that's all good. You know, you do what you can. Yeah. 1-for-1, not the worst thing in the world, especially with Dota being the one to pick up first blood. It's not like you're trading back negative in the gold. He did lose a few minions off of it, but realistically, it's a good trade. It's an early trade, though, and it's a relatively even one, which leaves us more or less in the same position as we were before it all started. This time, however, with Envy roaming down to the bot lane, and Yuzen doing his best RMC impression.
Literally, the MinionCaster just running around right now. No ward actually catching Uzent out, so I don't know if Feisty's aware of the potential gank from Uzent. No flash, though, means he can't go over the wall.
Feisty starts walking into this. Sombrero from Envy will pull Feisty in. CC not going to land, but Uzent does show himself, and YoungJay shows up in the mid lane as well, forcing Curse to pop in and say, please don't dev my mid laner. I would sure like to have a mid laner at the end of all this. He's spotted on wards, though, and these Raptors likely to go to Young Jay, if not a little bit more, as Young Jay does go over the wall, looking for a little bit more damage onto Curse. Bull is here. Loud, own your jungle. I'm sorry. Most are they're doing fine, but we can't step up to this.
What?
Loud, just own the jungle, bro.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Chris decided to pay rent. I don't really know why he opted to stay around in that area. The team was coming to back him up, but it was just that it was taking quite a while, and there's just so much CC potential to punish you. Young Jay getting caught again. Will he go down this time? No, it's Feisty who goes down first.
I suppose we're trading kills again because we feel like it. This time, another 1-for-1, although technically in the extended play, 2-for-1 in favor of Loud. But with Young Jay falling, it makes it all the more difficult for me to figure out when on earth this Cloud Drake is going to die.
It's not. We're going to see Grubs actually go down first because Loud don't have the security to go for that one. But yeah, no, I think Loud was perfectly fine with the extended play, right? They were happy for it and everything. Feisty going in a little bit too trigger happy. Again, Los, we saw this sort of behavior in game one where they are doing a lot of high risk, medium rewards plays. They wanted to go for these early skirmishes, but I think Loud is handling it much better this time. And they're much more coordinated. They're not split off. They're not getting picked one after another. They're grouping up a lot faster. So they're punishing Los Grandes when they kind of go for this. So this was the overstay from Curse, which was already kind of the problem. Feisty was not tanky enough, or pardon me, in possession of enough control of his lane to roam out. But the extended play here is where I get very baffled. Because if you watch Feisty's pathing as well, like, why? Why are we going in this way when you get pinched? You know where Loud is because they're doing red buff. And even worse, you actually see the move from Envy out of the mid lane. So maybe you're thinking, oh, he's not going to flash over the wall. He's not going to, commit to make that happen. But either way, like, even if Feisty gets in there, I don't think they secure more kills. And even worse, I still don't think Feisty gets out, even if Envy had to walk his way into that fight.
Young Jay is back to the scene of the crime, making sure that Curse doesn't step too far into, may I remind you, his own jungle. Top side, we've had Zest expend a teleport to get back to lane. And as you mentioned, RMC, it did just become a pickup magic resistance item and go back to sipping your beer or beverage of choice. I'm not encouraging alcohol consumption while drinking League of Legends. Let that be clear. Envy, however, going to get engaged on by Curse. Still has the sombrero and will pop it on himself as Yuzet comes in for the counter engage, picking up a kill along with it. Young Jay would like to punish Ackerman right now, and there's no better time to. Ackerman, I will say, still has egg. And you need a lot more damage than you are currently dealing with Young Jay CC'd to oblivion in the front line. Feisty knows just what to do with that. 2 kills for 1 in the favor of Los Grandes.
Los Grandes coming back into this one a little bit with that same gumption that kind of cost him the early game. Oh, great wall and stun.
Ackerman is the GOAT.
Yeah, his Anivia play is actually really nice, especially his wall usage, like the way he's using it to cut off people. And early in lane as well, he kind of used it to force certain pathing from Bull, which actually pushed them towards the stun as well, which is something that a lot of experienced Anivia players do. And I remember Frog in the past kind of talking about that. But I actually want to highlight Envy's positioning here because Envy is dead. He has no flash. He's not getting out of this. But watch the way he dodges the stun so that the E from Anivia actually doesn't do max damage. And that forces Los to kind of stay in there. And the trade for 1-for-1 would have been great. It was actually pretty good from them. I think Loud's happy with that. The problem is what happens after with Young Jay. And Young Jay is greeting a little bit with his flash. Instead of just flashing directly towards the turret and trying to get range away from there, he was trying to, bait a little bit and then get over the long wall, but that put him too close to Ackerman. So Ackerman's stun came through really fast.
Am I getting baited by a K'Sante play? Or am I getting baited by K'Sante's theoretical lack of damage? It turns out it was the latter, as Zest gets to solo kill his opponent in the top lane. Shino devastated after that one. He almost got the solo kill in the Sion matchup. Don't forget.
True.
Tanks are actually busted.
Shino is just busted, man. Like, he's really good. But unfortunately for him, this is not the 1v1 that he was hoping for. Ackerman getting up there, putting down the wall, getting a bit of an assist as well. Ackerman right now actually 100% kill participation. Anivia, not known as a roaming support, but Ackerman looking good on it.
I actually did not expect that stat, especially with what was basically a solo kill in the top lane. Having completed that, though, Ackerman has done the gauntlet, right? He's participated in a kill on almost everyone except for his own bot lane. He needs to collect the Infinity Stones off of Bull and Uzent, and this may be the perfect time to do it, at least for Uzent, who is at least lay down a little CC in the bot lane. We'll see what Uzent's able to do. I have liked his Neeko so far, but that's not an endorsement. That's just an observation of what's going on.
We talk about Ackerman having 100% KP. Technically, Uzent also has 100% KP. And even worse, or better, depending on how we look at it, he has the most kills on his team as well. Oh, True Shot Barrage didn't hit the minions.
I don't know. I don't know if that's worse or better. I'll consider it. Duda, still pretty comfortable, however. 3-1 on Ezreal is going to feel much better than Bull's 0-0-3, with Uzent once again RMCing his way through the lane. Most at least have their monitors on, and we'll spot that, but it doesn't do a whole lot for Loud to go for this play. What it does do is leave them open for second dragon. We didn't get that infernal. We are going to get an infernal Drake. We didn't get the infernal everlasting cloud Drake. I'm realizing that infernal as a adjective doesn't really work when you're casting League of Legends dragons.
Yes, because it is an actual dragon. So.
It is, yeah, exactly.
Not gonna lie, it took me a second to parse through what you meant by like the infernal everlasting cloud drakes.
It's been a tough day.
Shino?
It's going to be a tough day for Shino as well. That is not the way you saw this game going. And to be honest, it's not the way I saw it going either. But Cassante is one hell of a drug, and so is Ryze.
Yeah, I think I'm putting a lot more on Feisty, sort of just being everywhere. Like the roaming again from Los Grandes, this was consistent with their game one, where the team was just moving together better, and they were always one step ahead on these rotations, and continues to be that case. I think Loud has kind of been lulled into how CBLOL played back in the cup, where they were very slow to move. Curse, great flag and drag to get himself. Question mark on the damage?
Ooh,
no, not quite.
And Pop Blossoms on top of him, and we commit the shockwave. That is a lot. 3 ultimates and flashes committed to take out Curse. Gold is gold. Gold is gold.
Yep. And it's a sunk cost fallacy at this point for Loud. They committed so many members' time into that if they do not get the kill, they end up losing out on the side lanes horrifically. We're already seeing all the pressure came through. Top side went down, bot side got really, really low, and now Shino, oh brother, he did not learn from the prior 2 ganks.
2 flashes down, and your top laner soon to be so. As the Rift Herald is up, there's no better time for Lowe's to have a great time in this second game. Picking up the kill, Shino will fall. Ackerman can't regain 100% KP. Feisty stole that from him, but
sure.
Rift Herald's still on the table, and Zest may be in trouble because of it.
He is very tanky. He does not have the ult available. Oh, he's dodging.
He's kind of moving, and also he's kind of tanky as
Yeah, that's just Cassante things, right? That's why Cassante is really hard to deal with, because he is just super tanky. That is slightly worrying that Loud just threw... Like, the last 2 plays from Loud have felt a little bit desperate. Like, they are committing a lot of resources. And I'm looking at these plays going like, okay, they didn't work out. Even if they did deal, what are they getting from it? It's a single kill. Okay, bot side, at least they get the outer turret, whether or not they get the kill. So that's kind of fine. But for that play, they're going to lose pressure on the top side. They lose the only objective on the map, which is Herald in this case. And Herald often at this stage of the game will just translate directly into a turret. So you're trading a turret for turret, and Herald gives you the sort of option to strategically deploy it and get pressure elsewhere on the map as well. Shino's teleporting to mid lane.
This play is meant to throw off the timers for Los Grandes. Loud really want to get the pick, then turn it into awkward, broken up timers for Los Grandes, but I see the vision. I'm calling it what it is. It is a well-timed play from Loud. Should go off tempo before the dragon, because contesting the dragon is going to be difficult.
Okay, I think the timing, though, unfortunately, has actually now worked against Loud, because they almost forced an early recall from Los Grandes. So Los Grandes will be at dragon on timer, and Envy doesn't have Shockwave anymore. So one of their big team fighting tools is no longer available. In fact, Los, not only are they going to be at dragon on timer, they're also taking huge advantage of this. The pressure in mid, get a ton of map, and then Realm Warp down to zone out Shino and Youngjae.
That Realm Warp did almost leave Zest high and dry. He was like, wait a minute, I'm currently 1v3 in the mid lane. What do you mean? However, because he's Cassante, he's tanky enough. to buy space and time for Los Grandes to complete the play. 2 Rift Herald crashes, plus the dragon that will go their way. It is a 2,000, 3,000 gold lead in the favor of Los Grandes, somewhere in between those two, depending on what mood you're in. And this is a good game for them. It's a much better one than game 1, and they still won game 1.
Yeah, kind of oddly enough, considering that I feel like Loud has improved from game 1 in terms of their sort of team cohesion and the coordination of their plays. Los has had a better early game, and they seem to have stepped up as well. The macro coming through from Los Grandes is much cleaner than it was in game 1, and it's really exposing different weaknesses of Loud right now. And the way they just always hear, even its topside play, once again, right? It's Ackerman getting up there first, and now they're going to punish Youngjae in rotation.
Youngjae has exposed himself to the Cataclysm. Eats a Glacial Storm as well, and Zest hasn't even popped the All Out yet. He is just chilling in the back line, playing between the towers. Duda is playing his own game of League of Legends as AD carries tend to, sitting in the mid lane and farming up damage, and hopefully another tower to go down for Los Grandes if he has his way, with 1 minute left on Baron spawn, and quite a while until the next dragon. We've seen the Los Grandes Baron dance before. It's pretty good.
It is, and really unfortunately for Shino as well. Shino is actually split pushing the bot side. He doesn't get the crash off into the bot lane. So Feisty is actually going to get down there in time to pick up this wave. It needs to be Zest, though, I feel like, who responds to this, because, as you mentioned, Baron is coming up shortly. Feisty is not running teleport, and even if you have Realm Warp, you won't get there in time. So Feisty just there to catch the initial wave. The assignments are clean. Zest will be down at that bot side just in time. And if Loud wants to match the split push, their TPs are actually out of sync, because Shino doesn't have his, and Envy can't really deal with the Zest split push.
Ackerman is the target for Loud for a moment. It's tough when you're targeting the Anivia, who has yet to die this game, has yet to even pop passive this game. Ackerman has been playing so safe. His Anivia support has been still so active. Active, in fact, that we're going to take a strategic pause. That's what I'm calling it. Loud. Oh, wait, they can't talk during the pauses, can they?
They're not supposed to be communicating about in-game stuff. I don't know if they can just talk about other chill stuff or whatnot. But yeah, the game flow has been going against Loud. Unfortunately, we don't know what the pause is for, and hopefully there's an update or something. We'll have to see how that goes. But it's a little bit unfortunate for Los, especially when the momentum has been swinging their way, that it gets chopped up like this.
Let me see if I can turn up the Portuguese cast, see if we can get some information. I don't know. Is this too loud? Does this drown us out? I don't even know. Maybe there's a better way for me to do this. I could open up a different Twitch stream. It's not like our viewers... Actually, our viewers might understand Portuguese. Sometimes somebody in the chat knows. But we'll see. We'll see if we can get you an update. I'll figure out a better way to do it. I've figured that inundating you with a bunch of Portuguese on top of our voices is probably not the best thing. We're hard enough to understand. With the game state as it is, the nice thing is that for Loud, the win condition always exists. I mean, that's what they drafted for. They've drafted a composition that is just meant to dump its ults on you and win the game. And so the possibility always exists that Los are in a position to be, if you'll forgive me, dumped on. And Loud get to do that.
Well, they will need to do it eventually. Oh, the pause is already over, so a quick one. Glad to see we've not missed anything, it looks like. They've sent Envy to deal with the split push from Zest, as we expected, in order to maintain the ability to defend that Baron. But yeah, while the option exists from Loud, we have yet to see it, unfortunately. And a lot of it is coming from Ackerman. Really good defense, stopping Yuzen from getting in there. And without Yuzen to kick things off, we've seen some attempts of forces from Envy to just raw force the shockwave to set up. But Los has been very on the ball. And mechanically, the mechanics have never been an issue for Los Grandes. Even when this team was losing, it wasn't because of hands. It was because teams were out-macroing them, outplaying them in terms of knowing what objectives were weighted more or moving faster. And so far this series, Los has looked like the better macro team. Los has looked like they've got the better rotations. Their weaknesses have instead become strengths in this matchup.
It's funny, before this matchup, I was joking about the transitive property of equality. Los Grandes beat the team that knocked Loud down into the lower bracket, Viva Fade Stars. And so they should win versus Loud, right?
Yeah.
And it is kind of looking like that. Like, it's not that Los are playing some incredibly fancy game that is cheesing games out of Loud. They're they're playing better fundamentals right now. And while that has, especially in game one, been quite exciting, especially with the Lucian pick, it's also not something that gives me a whole lot of data on what Los Grandes can do in the next stage of this competition should they finish this. Because even that is still up in the air. I'm looking at Los Grandes and saying they're not doing too much that's too fancy. Loud absolutely can have answers to this. It's just a matter as to whether they'll find them.
Yeah, and they have the answer. It's a matter of just executing it. And so far, they've just lost another inner turret. No contest whatsoever. I'm looking at the Baron to be the big swing point for them. Because the Baron pit is where Los might get actually trapped in a small area. And more importantly, they get a 6-man on their side. The gold lead is only 3,000 gold. At 22 minutes, it is significant. But it just feels so much worse when we've not seen signs of life from this squad. We've not seen any proactivity from Loud outside of some early ganks from Young Jay into the lanes. And ever since laning stopped, it's been Los all the way.
And I've definitely seen Young Jay get too big for his britches in this game. He on the Aatrox is a big source of damage. He's scary, but the way that he's playing, I don't think that he is setting him or his team up for success. Young Jay is getting aggressive in spots that feel wrong, where he doesn't have CC to actually make the Aatrox the big, scary, I don't know why I was going to say Mamacita, that he can be. And that makes the game so much more difficult because Young Jay is just walking at a team that is very comfortable kiting away from him. That's what the Los Grandes composition is meant to do, is run you down or run you away for eternity. Looks like we, let's see, are going to continue. It's going to be me for a little while as we've got Chemtech Dragon being done by Los Grandes. No real macro pressure for Loud, who have still got to figure out how on earth they are going to approach this Baron pit in due time. Red buff getting reset. A small thing, maybe a tragic thing. We'll see if the red buff really would have helped around whatever next fight it happens. Maybe it's a strategic stall. Who knows? Bull's going to pick it up, and we'll see how that manifests in the next couple. Because Loud have just dropped all their vision on the map, and Los Grandes have gotten a bit of a dragon themselves, a chance to reset. They can also come back with fresh vision, reset around the Baron, and start threatening it for real. Zest has got teleport up, and he's going to chill in the bot lane. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, they're just scouting for vision with the Arcane Barrage. Did I do that? Sometimes I say things, and I'm like, it's True Shot Barrage. There we go. I think Bio Arcane Barrage is Kog'Maw. I play too much Kog'Maw. That's where it's getting me. As Los Grandes do exactly what we talked about, though. They do just get to lay down a little bit of fresh vision and force Loud to start face-checking into them in all the vision that Los Grandes have. Feisty is the one that face-checks first, but he, with a almost fully stacked Rod of Ages, will be hitting around 26 minutes, 27 into the game. Before that's fully stacked, turns out it's going to be 26. I just checked. He just ticked over. Shino's got teleport as well. Welcome back, RMC.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to step away for a quick second. And it sounds like I didn't miss anything because they're still doing the Baron dance.
I almost wanted a pause as well. You know, Loud get a pause, you get a pause. I'll save mine for maybe next game.
Hopefully, that we get, again, it seems like nothing major has happened. Started by Los, so, hopefully if we don't get another pause here, because that would mean not a lot of actions happening based on how things have been going. Ackerman on the zone.
It's one of those things where like nothing is happening and also Baron is dying, and it's like how exactly do we quantify those things, right? Loud don't do anything, but one of the most important objectives in the game just died, and they didn't do anything about it. How much worse does that get?
Pretty bad, because right before I left, I mentioned that, well, for Loud, I'm looking at Baron to be sort of the flipping point for them. And now that Baron's gone, I actually don't know where what they're looking for. Zest now on the flank position. Los want to fight.
I'll be honest, you don't know what Loud are looking for. I don't think Loud know what they're looking for. They look pretty lost in the jungle, although A 1-for-1 as of now looks good. Young Jay is again up creep without a paddle and gets yeeted over the wall by Zest. 2-for-1 in the favor of Los Grandes. As a reminder, they have Baron and Uzent. No Pop Blossom now, no Source of Engage. Los Grandes have absolutely nothing to fear and can walk these immortal minions straight into the base.
And Loud right now looking pretty lost, and Los looking pretty.
Nice.
Is this how this ends? Not with a bang, but with a whimper? Like, I'm still waiting to see the Loud Wombo combo to you. I've been waiting since draft.
And it's exactly how game 1 ended as well, where Loud are seemingly fighting multiple different fights at a time. Credit to Los Grandes for creating them, but for Loud not being able to find just the one to focus on, it has been their downfall. They even focused on Zest right there. What is this equalizer? All right.
The equalizer is a Hail Mary from Shino. The only guy who feels like he's actively trying to do something right now. Do they find Feisty? Yes, they do. You know what? I was questioning the proto belt in my head quietly, but I'm glad I didn't say it out loud because it actually secured them that kill. Is it a good item, guys? I'm not saying it's a great item. I'm saying it's a desperation item, which did pay off.
Curse got CC'd by Young Jay as well, but remember, Ackerman is here, and Ackerman is actually the GOAT. There's no equalizer for Shino. In fact, there's no health left for Shino, and the super minions, as our observing team is showing us, are in the base. Los Grandes don't need to win the fight. They just need to slow it down. The recall fully channeled from Shino. He's not here, and Young Jay is soon to be back in base as well if Los Grandes can complete the play. Slow's going to land. Young Jay gets away, and he ends up in base in a lot safer of a way than I had imagined.
Consider the situation from Loud actually finding Feisty, pushing on that bot side. And this is a 4v5 where they just buy enough time for Feisty to come back up once again. The replay of the fight was kind of just Los saying, we want to end the game. We feel really strong right now. Curse went in a little bit early, and we got to remember Curse is not that tanky yet. No GA either. But Zest is the issue. And Zest finding that flank angle, to me, that was the moment you knew that you were cooked. Oh, hey, you can see the casters in the corner there too, as they were turning around from that
not watching the game, by the way. They're watching the audience. I guess they know what's happening.
I think the fight was over by that point. That's why the audience was applauding. The Los fans knew what they got.
It would be fun because I mean I guess you can see the game from in the arena, but it would be fun to cast a game based off of crowd reactions and your co-caster alone. That could be a fun challenge run.
How would that even work? Because as a color, I need to actually see what's happening to analyze. And to play my thing, you need to see the fight.
Would be more difficult. I'm thinking. You're right. I'm short-sighted. I was thinking about me.
We'll find a way, I'm sure. I have cast just by audio before when we've lost feeds. Not thankfully on CBLOL, but on some other
you may need to cast with your eyes closed for the rest of this game because it can't be good for Loud. I don't think it's recommended by your doctor to watch how this gets closed out. There's no Baron. We've dropped Equalizer on the wave, which fair enough. You got to clear out the wave. Loud still have no way to get back into this game. Envy finds 2 with the shockwave, but Zest is in the front line and there's no follow-up from Loud. Once again, we are dropping 1 ult at a time, and Loud never get the coordination that they sought. Young Jay again gets aggressive underneath the tower, wanting to find Zest. Even Ackerman is stepping up underneath the tower because he knows Los Grandes are untouchable. They're finally going to kill Curse. Loud get a single kill. Remember, Jhin is a fake champion in this game, and even though Bull looks scary, he can't actually hurt you. Zest moves forward, and Los Grandes, they are having fun. They are playing. Shino can still hurt, though. Shino can hurt you.
They can still lose this. Zest has to be careful. If he goes down, that would be the beginning of the end for Los Grandes. 5 members piling in. Do they have a teleport to cut them off?
Pulled back in. Bull gets aggressive on him. Remember, Bull, you're playing Jhin. You can't do anything. Realm War forward. Everybody's on low HP, but Feisty is going to take Young Jay even lower, playing Assassin Rise. Envy and Uzent are kept well away from the Nexus, which is the next focus. But Zest is going to have fun in the meantime, and even Ackerman picks up a kill. The ace gets completed. As I said, RMC, I hope your eyes were closed because Los have done some disgusting things in game number 2.
Here's the problem. The long-time followers of the channel will know that I'm not a Loud fan. I have PTSD from watching them win so much against my favorite team. But even then, even with my dislike of Loud in general, that was a painful end to watch. That I am curious what the damage numbers are for Bo that game, because Jin was a non-entity. Like he truly didn't. Just censoring me there. Yeah, just the Jin didn't work, and that team could not pull together. Like, it doesn't get much easier than a press R composition, and yet, as you called out towards the end there, they never layered it. The red carpet went out to the minions, and then the invitation from Envy went out to the champions 2 days late. Like, it just could not come together. And Yuzin, you can argue, didn't have an impact on the Nico, but I can't blame him. I saw him trying. We saw a couple times where he ran in trying to get the pop blossom, but he didn't have the right setup to do it. And the Anivia from Ackerman. Ackerman this game was my personal MVP. Watching him towards the end, he was facing off against Envy. It felt like an Anivia mid lane into an Orianna mid lane, the way he was just stepping up and kind of zoning off the opposing team. And like you said, we saw Feisty almost with an assassin rise where he wasn't part of the zone off. He was kind of on the side. And the moment the wall comes up and cuts somebody off, Realm Warp, go to the back, find the squishy members who are just isolated, kill them. Los, great performance. Really nice macro as well. The way they won, they could have won without the macro, but the macro was really nice to watch.
I mean, I'm no Los hater.
But
I'm not coming away from this game thinking that they've got like God's own macro. It was fine.
I liked it. They were making really good trades. Like they were where they needed to be on time. And look, if you're coming in for like the LCK or something, you're just like, why is that a big deal? But think like LPL, except later, usually on our rotation. So it was good rotation. And frankly, compared to like what I was just thinking back to some of the early games we saw in the back against Fluxu, specifically in the first round in the upper side, when Fluxu knocked down Los Grandes. I actually thought Los could have won against Fluxu if they played the map a little bit smarter. Instead, they were just throwing fists with Fluxu the entire time, and Fluxu won out a little bit more. But I didn't think either of them had particularly keen macro. So when I'm looking at the bottom side right now, where it's like Los, VKS has been a mess, Loud, Fluxu, neither of those teams have particularly good macro. Los's macro this series looks better than what we've seen from the other two. Against Red, okay, sure. I'm not saying they've broken the top two just yet, but I'm happy with what I'm seeing, Dia, and if they keep improving, I'm very much actually starting to look forward to what they do in Game 3. Like, how much cleaner can they close this out?
And it really is a question of whether they, or how they closed it out, because I'm not seeing what Loud want. In Game 1, they failed when it came to coordination with a draft that could fight a lot of fights. This game, they drafted a draft that could fight one fight together, and they still didn't do it. Which leaves me wondering, I mean, what are we doing in Game 3? What is the solution if you refuse to work together, refuse or are unable to? I'm not sure which it is at this point in playoffs. But with that not being a realistic goal, how do you win a game of League of Legends against a team that at the very least seems willing to coordinate with each other and, as you said, play the map quite well? I don't know what the answer to that is. And fortunately, it's not my job to figure out what the answer to that is. True. It's Loud's job, and they have got about 7 minutes to do it. So we are going to take a quick break. We're going to run some ads to get the pre-rolls out of the way, grab a drink of water. We will be back, and don't cry about your predictions too much. It's all right. And we reappear with game 3 on the horizon, likely our final game. You best. Sorry. With game 3 on the horizon, likely our final game, I do want to take a quick look at the bracket and what this means for the teams today. As I need to get rid of the little thing that's what's going on live. The winner of this will go on to face Fluxu, which is important because even though Los Grandes are looking convincing now, they lost to Fluxu in the upper bracket. I wish I could draw on the screen, but I can't. Look in the upper left.
Yeah, it was a 3-2 matchup as well, which was incredibly close between Los Grandes and Fluxu. And right before we cut to a break earlier, or after the last game, I was just talking about how like the improved macro, I feel like, from Los Grandes might have been enough to tip them over the scales against Fluxu. And right now they are 2-0 up against Laudia. So if they continue on this streak, I am very much looking forward to that rematch. We are, of course, into picks and bans. It will be Loud now once again opting for first pick. And yeah, we talked about this last game already. I'm not a fan of this first pick. I feel like the counter picks have been more meaningful.
Maybe no. I can't actually be 2BM. The thing is, RMC, you and I both know that at the moment that you believe in them the least is when Loud are going to start winning.
No.
And
not
so,
again. Not again.
I have to say, going into this game 3, I believe in Loud. They are going to do it.
I am glad, Dia, that you are taking that stand so that we do not reverse caster this into a Loud win. I refuse to believe Loud can come back. I refuse the CBLOL Cup, to be fair. We all did, and they did win it somehow. So far, the bans are exactly the same as Game 2. We see the Pantheon ban once again away from Youngjae.
It's this one guy who's just like, please stop it.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest.
Next series.
While I agree with that particular chatter that the Pantheon would be good for Youngjae, I was just thinking back to what you were saying, Dia, earlier, where what happens if you can't coordinate, when the team just cannot seem to get their act together? We can't even play a press our comp. How do we win? And part of me was thinking, well, then everybody picks a carry and we just go for damage overload and everybody plays for themselves. And if that's the case, then maybe we don't care about the Pantheon as much, because Pantheon is a great facilitator, but Pantheon is not, generally speaking, the 1v5 champion that will solo win you the game. If he does, it's by getting everybody else incredibly far ahead.
I personally wouldn't have gone with first pick into Victor, but that's just me. I do like Los's approach to it with a Vi, because Vi is not just a good pick, it's also great against Youngjae, who's done well on it before. Talia, right in Feisty's wheelhouse as well. This mid jungle, couldn't have drafted it better myself. Well, I mean, I could have, but I didn't because I'm here.
Sure, a bit of an old school sort of pairing, but one that checks out and continues to work even in the current meta, albeit Talia is not as dominant mid as she used to be. Loud with the Seraphine Ashe. So yeah, this was kind of what I was hoping for, a little bit more last game from them, where you now have sort of a very strong team fight core. You've got a lot of damage to come through already, and this also opens up your selection for top and jungle. You can pick pretty much anything you want now in those roles, as long as there's some meat to them. You don't even need straight tanks. Bruisers would be sufficient. And I feel like Los are preempting this a little bit with the Jace pickup. I'm assuming that's a Jace top lane, because unless you put Talia in the bot lane, which would be just very weird. It looks like you picked your top side of the map. And Jace top kind of preempts a lot of the top laners that you might want to go here with Bruiser builds, where Jace can outrange them, can just win out the lane, and then kind of take over them there, shut them down early so they don't have that mid to late game team fight impact.
A reminder that predictions are open. There's a little bonus for everyone. If you do end up picking Loud, you get the little parentheses that I've put in there. I believe with you. We are right there. And maybe Loud can win this game. I mean, Ashe Seraphine has done nice things around the world. There's a reason why it's picked. And Bull, despite the results, I believe is a good AD carry. He's good. He's not bad at the position. It's just the way he plays the position is not good here.
The more you try to qualify that, the worse it actually sounds.
Yeah, that's my bad.
He's good. I swear. Trust. Ooh, Mel being picked up here. Okay, so
go AP bot lane. Do it.
Yeah, is that support Mel? Then, because I haven't seen a support Mel since she first came out. Pretty much, we've seen her mid. I've seen her as an AP carry in the bot lane, but not a support. And into the Seraphine Ashe, though, I really like the Mel pickup. Now, for the rest of it, it's going to be the Yorick, which is been considered a bit of a counter into Jace a little bit. So you're going with a huge team fight composition plus split pusher combo. I like it from Loud. It's incredibly basic. It's incredibly straightforward. Surely we can't screw this up, right, Dia?
Literally lock in the Rakan. I don't care. Lock in Rakan. If you lock in Camille, we lock in Camille.
Support Camille?
This is for CBLOL. Mwah! I love you so much. I love this league.
Oh my goodness.
Holy bananas. Camille lock in last. Honestly, probably an Ackerman pick.
Yeah. I think he has played it before, if I recall correctly, back when the support Camille assassin was a thing. Wait, has it left for the LRN already?
They went to go watch the tier 2
No, get back here!
I know. You watch the first 2 games and you go, I don't have to watch this. Turns out, drafted game 3. Yes, you freaking do. Oh my god.
Yeah, did they show where everything was going before we panned away? So is it confirmed it's like a Mel Camille bot lane?
Yeah, yep. Mel bot lane. Zest is playing Jace. We got a Vi in the jungle. Okay. Everything else is normal. Mel bot lane. Mel bot lane.
This is
Yorick
such an
top,
odd
by the
draft.
way. We didn't really talk about that.
Yes.
But Yorick top.
Well, Yorick top, I think, is a good counter into Jace. It's the sort of traditional competitive counter that we've been seeing. Early on, you lose against Jace, but once you get a little bit of resistances under your belt, you actually start having kill threat because you can just chuck your ghouls at Jace, and your ghouls also block a lot of the Jace poke with the shock blast and everything. And Maiden, of course, helps you win the extended trades as well. So it's a great split push option. And like I said, the rest of the composition from Loud, really stock standard. You'll love it. It's team fighting. You can't, well, you shouldn't be able to really screw it up at that point, because even for your engage, you've got a tanky engager. Like Sejuani just throws her body in there for Youngjae. So even if you miss the glacial fissure, glacial prison. There we go. So glacial assault, glacial prison. Even if you whiff that, just charging in signals to your team, go, 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 and the enemy team has to get around the body somehow. So Loud is great, but Los's comp, I'm not quite sure how it functions as a composition. I see how it functions individually in the pieces, like Jace is strong, Vi to is a good 2v2. They also have a lot of counters to what Loud wants to do, but they don't have their own identity. So their identity is basically, we are here to screw with your composition, Loud, as much as possible. We've got a Camille who can dive, who can kill those squishies on the bot side. We've got Mel who can counter out the Seraphine Ashe and actually Uno reverse your engages. And then kind of, if they can stop the engages, Los's composition will once again thrive in the chaos in the smaller fight. So if they can break it up, it could favor them. And there's, of course, always the hand stuff.
I'm on the same page as you here, where Los's composition together, it's, you know, it'll do something. You'll press your buttons and maybe it works. But like you talk about, the one thing that has been true around this series is that Loud are not fighting together. And in that case, Los have a pretty good chance of being able to pick them apart from 3 different directions. Zest, Curse Feisty, and Dudu Ackerman can tear a uncoordinated team apart. And Loud have looked like an uncoordinated team. Loud have been an uncoordinated team.
Yeah, undoubtedly within this series. And yeah, part of me just wants to turn the analyst brain off at this point and just enjoy what Los are about to give us. Yeah, because this draft from Los, like we said, it's just going to be a lot about hand stiffing and about the lane. So far, already in lane, though, we're seeing Zest be able to bully out Shino early. That is expected into the range versus melee matchup, especially before Shino even has access to all of his skills. Feisty and Envy are kind of going at it. Things look even for now, but Feisty has been winning those trades. The bot lane is where I'm not sure what to expect, because I'm going to be honest, I've not seen Camille Mel play together as a bot lane ever, I think. True. And even with Mel, while I have seen her AP carry in the bot side, as I've mentioned before, it's usually with another enchanter where they have a lot of poke power. Whereas with the Camille's not really a poker. She's more about going all in. When she tries to poke into double range, it can be a little bit difficult. And we're seeing that with Ackerman almost hiding behind Dita at times with these sort of 2v2 trades we're seeing.
Yeah, especially with the early level breakpoints. I think like after first, maybe second back, Los Grandes have a much better time because you AFK clear the wave and it doesn't matter. But these first couple of levels, crucially, are where we can see the big difference made, which is why it kind of concerns me that Youngjae has chosen to clear up towards the top side. And Curse has done the same thing. For Curse, it's more understandable. For Youngjae, I'd like to see him pay a little bit more attention to the bot lane.
Agreed. I think for both these junglers, I want to see them pay attention to the bot lane, because one of the chatters in chat too, Vermilion, kind of mentioned that playing Camille into Ashe Sarah is miserable. I would imagine that would be the case. Yeah, like, pre-6, what are you going to do? Hook shot into that? If you do, it's a one-way trip. Either you win that fight or you're dead. And I'm not confident you win that fight early. So if you want to win that fight, then you bring an extra body. And that's why I'm kind of hoping Curse visits that bot side as well, because it might make it a bit better for Ackerman. And I can see Ackerman, if he gets a hit, the way Camille support used to work is you have a lot of base damages. If you can out-trade or... Oh, Ackerman whiffed? Okay. Or did he whiff? Okay. That was interesting. I think he actually helped the wall to Q.
Pop by using.
Dealing with the rabbit spam from Ackerman. So that's an interesting choice from Ackerman. I feel like maybe he jumped into the wall so that he could Q and then back out for a trade. It was an interesting idea, but the range was very short and didn't work out. And because of that, Ackerman just kind of sit back, eat more poke, and you could actually see YoungJay, as you're calling for Dia, be the first jungler to poke his head down here and see, is there an option? Is there a chance to do anything down here?
Ooh, losing the cannon too. I mean, as we talked about, Bull is not a bad AD carry. He is doing his job, zoning out Los Grandes from the wave. Same trade by Ackerman. Hook shot onto the wall. W just to get a little bit of health back. Make sure he can sustain through the lane and I guess theoretically apply a little bit of pressure. But he's not a champion yet. Once we hit level 5, level 6, Ackerman backs and Duda has, I imagine, a lost chapter underneath him. That's when I think this lane has not just a chance of playing, but real kill threat.
And maybe when Curse hits level 6 as well, and you then have the Vi ultimate to just point and click to set up for things. I kind of agree with that. And I'm kind of curious actually where Curse is going to go, because he's kind of spoiled for choice in all 3 lanes in terms of when he unlocks his ultimate, where does he want to gank? Even the top side. For this Yorick-Jace matchup, when we kind of talked about Yorick starts winning after maybe gets about 1.5 items. Before that, he's still vulnerable to a lot of these ganks, and you're seeing Zest put down a lot of damage. I think Shino actually just being behind by 6 minions is actually a really well done job by him in this particular matchup, especially when he has to be careful about potential ganks coming through. They've not well, they did spot Curse down in the bot side earlier, but it was kind of late, so they weren't sure which side Curse started on, and therefore Shino just has to play more conservatively when he knows that the game plan is not for YoungJay to camp this top side.
Getting to clear waves a little bit more easily now, but still trying to put out a lot of poke onto Bull. You can see they want to bully in the bot lane, but the game is becoming about top side as both Curse and YoungJay show up here 5 minutes into the game. Dragon is spawned down in bot lane, but attention is drawn up towards the top side, and Zest steps a little bit too far forward. Hasn't autoed Shino back just yet. Tries to go back in, but gets stunned in the nick of time. And Curse is here, attempting to peel. Well, first blood goes down in the bot lane, and Zest is still trying and succeeding in walking this out. Wait,
Curse might go down for his sins.
6. That's my bad.
Yeah, unfortunately for Curse, he goes down trying to protect Zest. Great jungler. Ooh. Oh. Okay.
That's how
he's fine.
Died, by the way. That's
yeah, I want to see how he's died, to be honest. I'm sure they'll replay it, because, yeah, I was focusing on that top side and the way that got played. And that top side play, worth noting, vision inequality. Okay, we got to see the bot side, yeah.
Yuzen getting bumped back in. I did forget that Feisty was roaming. I just didn't think about Feisty. It's been about Zest. It's been about Curse. Feisty shows up and makes it uneven.
I kind of like that idea of Feisty getting down there when Curse is up top, because I feel like Loud did the same thing where they're just like, oh, the jungler's up top, we're safe, guys, we can push out. And then they forgot to track Feisty with the Weaver's Wall that could get out of base and travel so incredibly far, so incredibly quickly. So really well played from Los to kind of equalize that. But the top side, that was from the information difference. The ward that caught out Curse, Feisty just barely dodged that one, will be safe. But yeah, because they knew that Curse had taken that and was walking away, that's why Loud went so hard on that. And just barely that cage managed to tag Zest in. And we talked about the fact that, hey, yeah, once the Jace is in there, that's one of the ways you punish him. Even if he can quickly take down the wall, it still takes time, and Zest didn't have the flash to get out in that situation.
Doesn't have it for... Rather, the bot lane won't have theirs for a little while longer is what I'm thinking about. Well, Zest is fortunately back in a power position. I say power relatively. Ackerman is the one who's really setting him up. He and Curse have roamed up to the top side once again, and it is time to bully Shino. YoungJay's on the way. Shino just needs to buy time, but we have got 4 people ulting even into the top side. Shino is still alive against all odds, and Los Grandes have to flash away as Duda gets flashed on, having to jump away from Bull in the bot lane. Things do not go well for Los Grandes, but at least no one is dead.
I don't know if Los is happier that no one's dead, or whether they'd have preferred to see more bodies hit the floor with an equal trade, frankly. I almost feel like Los wants to accelerate this game as much as possible, because you're staying down the barrel of a Victor and an Ashe. And Ashe, most people don't think of Ashe as a hyper carry, but at 6 items, she does a lot of work. And when you contrast that to what Los Grandes have, it's worth remembering they don't have a traditional marksman for Los Grandes. So Dudu will do a lot of burst damage, but Mel is not known to skill particularly well. A lot of his strength is more in the early phases of the game, in the mid phases of the game. A good catch from Feisty onto a trade on Envy, but nothing significant, and Curse is going to be the one to pick up the grubs, while I expect to see Los Grandes find Dragon.
In case that's visually deceiving, yes, Young Jay killed the last grub, but Curse got the first two. So there is a big advantage in the favor of Los Grandes around the neutral objectives already. I think my question comes down to this Dragon, like you're talking about. Los want to accelerate the pace of the game. Can they do that around Dragon? Because that's the perfect place for an early game composition to start stacking up a win condition.
My bad. I actually missed that. I just saw Youngji taking the last one and assumed he got all of it.
I mean, you said the right thing. It just looked confusing because Curse did kill the Void Grubs. It's just Young Jay killed the last one. It's a whole thing.
Appreciate the clarification. And for Los Grandes, this Dragon, I feel like they actually had a bit of the tempo on the reset to potentially look for that, but Curse is just stuck on this top side. And right now, where is Zest? Because Curse, there we go. I don't know if Curse actually spotted Young Jay getting in there. There's a ton of pings coming down, but the colors are so mixed, I can't tell who's seeing what. Young Jay just... Young Jay, I think, spotted Curse and just went, yeah, this gang's not working. Just walks right through the turret.
How do we feel about Young Jay coming up top side? Because like he's been here to protect Shino quite a bit. And we talked about wanting junglers to go towards the bot lane, to pay that lane more attention. It's been largely left alone. What do we think about the jungle investment topside, as we're about to see it once again? Remember, Young Jay just backed. Shino's here alone.
Yeah, so I actually really liked Young Jay's investment in the top side, not because he's getting Shino ahead, but because it can stop things like this from happening. Because we said that Curse was spoiled for choice in terms of which lane he wants to gank early on. Whereas Young Jay, your bot lane's fine. Yuzin and Bull are not suffering overly much, especially when Curse is up there. So if you know and see that Curse is on the top side of the map, you leave your bot lane the hell alone and you just go for that top side play instead. To shade and cover for Shino, to buy Shino time to become that split push monster. Instead, unfortunately, Young Jay kind of ran out of patience and went, no, we go for Dragon. We saw Curse up here, Curse backed. We go drag. Unfortunately, Curse didn't back. He faked the back and then came back to lane. So Loud will get first Dragon, and I actually think Ocean Drake as first Drake is one of the more valuable applications of Ocean, because then you get more healing over time, especially in the laning phase when you're trading a lot. But it does come at the expense of Shino not getting that lane dominance and sort of extending the timer Los Grandes have in terms of their strength in the smaller skirmishes, in the 1v1s, in the side lane pressure.
With the first Dragon having finally been taken, the chat was reminiscing about Alfonso, the Drake that lived too long, from a couple of weeks ago. I thought we were actually going to get one with the Cloud Drake earlier, but instead the things that seem to be dying most often this game are not even dragons, it is top laners, as remarkably low kills so far, but that's not due to the teams not trying. Ackerman's going to commit to this one, and Shino has Uzet to back him up, thankfully. The counterplay, however, shows up with Young Jay, who joins the lane just in time to land CC onto Zest, but no damage follows it up. And Los Grandes, they've got the damage, certainly, to take these kills. Shino's going to go down, and it is a double that goes the way of Duda. Finally, this Mel has some teeth.
And it was, where did Duda even come from? Last I checked, he was still down bot. He has teleport, and actually he used it to get to that fight, so making all the difference with that global summoner. Meanwhile, Bull was left in the bot lane. What can you do? He chucked an arrow, and that's all he really can do. He doesn't have to teleport, so he just shoves in that bot side. Loud, trying to find the best that they can in a really rough spot. It's a very thin silver lining, but well played from Los Grandes, knowing that, hey, we've got more globals, we can take advantage of it. And even on this initiate, you track it who's where on the map, right? Like, only the bot laners really know where they are. Everybody else is invisible, and you've got to be assuming that, well, everybody's going to dogpile in this top lane. So for Loud, they're making the assumption that Feisty will get there first, but they're not expecting Duda to show up as well from base onto this ward. And this Weaver's Wall does so much work as well. So many times we see Weaver's Wall either being used as a teleport tool or around major objectives to try and cut things off. But this particular gank, I think the Weaver's Wall was the biggest single problem for Loud. They were not allowed to disengage even when they realized the fight was going poorly for them.
and you and I said this was going to happen partway into the series. Before the draft for Game 1 even started, we were talking about how Feisty is really good on these roaming champions. I expected him to take the Twisted Fate when we drafted that. My bad, guys. Zest got that one flex to him. But since then, it's been Ryze, it's been Talia, and Zest is teleporting behind Envy. At this point, not looking good for Envy. Looking very, very good, however, for Zest. And the gold grab is about to take another spike up. However, Duda turns around, tries to one-shot Bull, and it almost works.
Duda tried to ult and find Bull, wasn't able to find it. Ackerman flashing to dodge the arrow, but there's so much CC.
Yeah, that's Seraphine, Ashe, and Sejuani for you. Bull is going to pick up a second kill. This is actually a really good series of plays for Loud. In the last minute, they collect 2 kills unanswered. There's no objectives for Los to answer back with. This is Loud getting back into the game, maybe.
Maybe. The problem kind of goes back to a little bit what we said in Game 2 with Loud and all these sort of plays that they're doing, which is the plays are good. Good catch, good ganks, but what are you finding off the back end of it? We recall, when the topside gank happened, it resulted in turret falling after. And when they found the other gank, they were able to kind of assert map control and get rotations they wanted. But for Loud here, you get these 2 kills. Really good. And especially catching the one on Ackerman, forcing his flash and everything. Huge. But what do you find after that? Nothing. In fact, it's actually going to be Shino left isolated after that gank while everybody was resetting. And Los getting their numbers down there on the reset.
They're getting flashed on. Can he one-shot Bull? Yes, he can. Turns out that this is not going to go right all the time, but fortunately, Young Jay makes it a 1-for-2 in the grand scheme of things. Los Grandes, though, their real machinations are clearly happening around Shino. Their job is to go, hey, we've noticed that you have this really good top laner. Sure would be a shame if something happened to him.
Yeah, and it's been working 0-3-1 right now. If you're familiar with Shino's play in the regular season, that might surprise you because he was the best performer on Loud by a significant margin. But this series, he's just been shut down repeatedly, and we kind of suspected his impact would be muted because he's up against Zest. But in this Game 3, it's not even Zest versus Shino. It's not the 1v1 cage deathmatch. It is actually just the whole team dogpiling.
Oops, my bad. That's my bad.
Yep. That's going to cost
them. We can go on. Curse does occasionally do that.
Can go on. Curse cannot. He'll be in the Death Chamber for a little bit. I mean, that's why he got benched for steps. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I was just going to say, for Loud, a lot of their plays, it's not finding any sort of good follow-up necessarily. And Los, I like the game plan. But this one has an immediate payoff. And this is what Loud needs. Not just the kill, but the objective or some sort of global pressure or something off the back end of it. They're going to get the Herald for absolutely free. And with the turrets kind of primed across the lane, I'd love to see Herald being dropped on the bot side instead. And you leverage the rest of the team for, top lane, for mid lane. Feisty get out. He's got flash.
We kill Feisty here. It's a matter of what happens afterwards. Feisty trying to walk away will get caught by the Encore to secure the kill. But now Ackerman and Duda have shown up. And that Seraphine melts like butter. Shino with the creative knockup on Duda will actually find another kill. So turret and 2 kills going the favor of Loud. Things could look a lot worse. Los Grandes have shown up. Curse, do not int me again. The dragon has just come up. We cannot afford to lose you, man.
No, Curse is making the series interesting to you. Oh, Bull is cooked. The one shot. This is why Camille wasn't actually a support option for a little while there. It's because of her high base damage and her ability to just burst you down with just the one support item, pretty much. Young Jay and Curse duking it out for the Raptor, but Young Jay the winner on that one. Shelly crashes into topside. Interestingly enough, Loud actually didn't opt to stay there. They decided to defend their mid turret instead, so they won't get any significant chip damage on that topside. Just one plate going down, and they're rotating straight for this drag. Their ults are back up, so that's going to be good. Whereas Los actually at an ultimate disadvantage right now.
Guys, I told you have to believe in Loud harder. This is actually turning into a game that they could win. I mean, I know they're down gold right now, but if they stack up a second dragon, if they win a team fight and then get the second dragon, it's extremely realistic. I could see a novel.
Yes.
In another world, perhaps even one with crossover to this one, we're allowed to win this game. And that scares me.
Yeah, in any other world, we would just be saying straight up, Loud is favored right now. They're in a great position with a good draft. It is because it's this world and this CBLOL that we are hesitating to say that Loud is in a great position, despite the fact that they are seeming to take control of the map and they've punished Los for the last couple of plays. To be fair, the gold also seems to agree that Los is still in the lead, but the gold lead feels a little bit fake unless...
Okay, well, I will say, around Weaver's walls, Loud have always suffered. Yuzen does get one shot, but Ackerman trades his life for the cause. Now Zest decides to control, alt, delete Bull from the map, and we can see why the gold was in the right all along. Loud, despite getting close to having this game in a reasonable position for them, unfortunately have suffered at the hands of Los. A huge loss, and just after the Dragon pickup as well. What a tragedy.
This is why I said in the beginning, like, when I saw this draft, part of me just like, I'm going to turn the analyst part of my brain off and just enjoy the show. Because it really has been a lot about just the individual pick and plays from Los Grandes. Like, even that fight, I'm watching this fight going like, this shouldn't be as bad as it really ends up being, right? Like, sure, Yuzen does get caught out, but he gets the encore, except that he doesn't because the ult's still down. And then the moment he just melts, you've now got a numbers disadvantage. Envy is in the fight, and then Loud kind of falls apart. And you're just like, well, what is there to say, right? Like, you've got the comp, you finally seem to be working together, and then we decide to push on bad timers with no actual abilities to back us out.
My favorite part of that play is watching Zest and Curse go, hold on, is Ashe alone? Is that an Ashe with no ultimate, no flash? For me? There have been worse days for Zest and Curse. We'll put it that way. Now, fortunately, Bull has flash back up, and I cannot emphasize enough, despite having died in that fight, despite being 3-3, Bull is playing well. He is doing his job. And Los just have a composition that is meant exclusively to ruin he and his family's lives.
So what we're saying is, Los in draft went the strategy that Bull shall not pass. And then in-game, they took the strategy that Shino shall not have fun. They basically just took out two members of Loud this way. And Loud haven't really shown us that they've got good answers into this. Now, again, compositionally speaking, yes, they're down 3,500 gold. I think that is worth noting because now it is significant. Before, the 1,000 gold difference was kind of fake, but 3,500 is actually serious. And for Loud, they have ways back into the game, but I feel like we're sliding back into game 2 again, where, okay, at least their coordination's better this time, but they do need to pull the trigger. And this time, you actually have quite a few tools. It's not Yuzen having to risk his life every time just to find a perfect Pop Blossom. Throw that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Just don't throw it at Dida. If you throw it anywhere else, you get yourself an engage. If you throw it at Dida, you might get it back in your face. So you just have to be careful about that. Envy.
Auto-canceling goes crazy, actually.
I don't know why he's dancing
the gold graph here gets pulled up at the perfect time. Good news for Loud, though. I think the Sejuani pick is working for Young Jay. And I don't just mean for Young Jay in a vacuum. For Loud as a whole, they're much better coordinated around Young Jay and what he's able to do. You add to that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you add to that Encore. There are definitely worlds where Loud are winning a team fight, even at this stage, at 3,000 gold. But if we cross 5,000 gold in the next couple of minutes, Loud are not a whole different team. They're still pretty disjointed, despite this small buff with Sejuani. If we cross the 5k gold mark, Los are ending the game.
And it kind of depends on who has the 5k gold advantage as well, because right now the 3,500 gold advantage, most of it sits on Zest, which is exactly where Los Grandes want it to be. You picked for Loud, you picked the Yorick as a counter pick for the side lane split push pressure. It didn't work. Los threw everything in the kitchen sink onto Shino early, and it paid off. Shino went down multiple times in the laning phase, and now he can't match up to Zest. And they're sending Envy to try and deal with that. But we've seen the trades happen a couple of times. Envy's burning all his mana just trying to wave clear. Zest autos the wave and then is using his mana to try and poke back onto Envy. Even if it doesn't hit, it's forcing Envy to miss CS here and there and still allowing a little bits of chip damage to go through on that turret. So for Loud, that 3,500 gold deficit is a gaping wound. If we're to hit 5,000 and it's on Zest primarily, one full item up, at that point, it's almost a death sentence onto Loud. And I suspect this gold difference we're already seeing in the top side is why Loud has been so passive. They are not, because they've not been able to get Envy to the fights, because he's the one side laning against Zest, they don't have enough damage to actually carry the rest of the fight. Their 4v4 otherwise should be good.
I mean, he's here now. if Loud want to pull up a fight,
Yep.
this could be the time to do it. Out goes the shield. Envy moves forward. Duda low and has already burned the spell shield. So Loud get first priority into the river. They know Ackerman's here. They know Ackerman.
Yeah, there was a control ward, so he was spotted. And I think Ackerman suddenly realized that, wait, hold on a second. I'm in danger, guys.
Does have the hook shot to get away. And now Loud have sort of screwed themselves. They went for Ackerman, fair enough. But now they're out of the Drake pit. And Bull half HP off the shock blast from Zest as well. Feisty's on the flank. Remember those Weaver's walls. The Weaver's walls that have taken Loud out every time. In comes another one. Feisty jumps off just in time to isolate Shino and Young Jay. With Young Jay down, we have traded junglers. And you've now got to finish the fight. Ackerman, chased down by Shino, will fall with Duda clapping down on the victor. This time, Los have kept themselves in the conversation. 3-3 right now. Loud getting lower by the second, but wanting to finish the dragon. Will they be able to do it? This is sole point for Loud. One auto away, and they collect the dragon with Duda. Trying to find the one shot on Bull behind them. You won't find it, but Los Grandes are still in this for a kill. Duda's chasing them on one side, Shino on the other. Duda burns the spell shield again, but this time it gets flashed by Bull. And we knew Bull could do it. He'll get shut down by Feisty, but now Loud with the dragon in their pocket and an Ashe who is clearly willing to dream. They're looking pretty darn good. Nice kill on Feisty. Loud, I think they get everything. It wasn't clean. It was actually kind of disgusting, but it works.
Welcome to Brazil. Is it too early to say Okoisa Rumboto? That the bad thing is back? that was such a disgusting fight.
Bad thing is back.
Oh my goodness.
It's the bad touch. Don't do the Baron.
Oh my goodness, they're actually doing it.
Surely they're not doing the Baron. Okay, wait.
Yes, they are. This is exactly how they came back in CBLOL Cup multiple games.
Oh my god. Feisty has no teleport, no Weaver's Wall, still dead for 14 seconds. Los Grandes, I think, just called this. Ackerman's pinged it out, but the Baron is gone.
I mean, Ackerman knew that. That's why he was in the area. But what can you do? Nothing. Loud already aced you. The death timers are long enough at this point that you can't get there in time. And yeah, it's sole point. It's Baron. It's an ace. Loud, just like that. I was going to say catapult themselves back in the lead, but they're still not in the lead. They're still down 1,000 gold down. So this fight, Glory be, is what we've been calling for from Loud this entire time. They have all the tools. The heals, the shields keep Shino alive. Yuzen gets to do a lot of work. Junglers get traded, that's fine. But the bigger problem for Los is that when the battle lines get set up properly, how do you win the fight? How do you access the backline? For Loud, they just need to front to back it. If anything, Envy dying there was because he decided to front line. If he doesn't choose to do that, this fight's a lot cleaner. But ironically, Envy's death there, because he opted to try and dash in and find an extra kill, is what suddenly broke this game open for Loud. Because it caused Los to overcommit into them, thinking, hey, it's 3v3. Guys, we've got the hands. We know that. We won the first two games off hands. We won some of these fights off hands. We can do it again. Surprise, they fail. Loud are suddenly back in it. Gold deficits right back down. And there's actually a lot of standing gold here for Loud if they can push up. And technically, their composition allows them to push up. They're better on the offense than they are defensively. Offensively, you worry less about the shock loss. Defensively, you're stuck under turret, getting sieged by the Jace. So I'd love to see Loud really take advantage of this and try and push up, but those are not making this easy. Zest teleporting. Yeah, he's trying to pull apart Loud so that they don't get the push that they need.
Finally, we see the rebuttal interaction with Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Doesn't land, doesn't start anything, but still works pretty well. And speaking of things that are working pretty well, I cannot be the only one noticing that we've just lost a tier 2 as Loud. Envy is back, but again, forced to side lane against Jace. That's a winning trade for Los Grandes, who now could start a fight around the bot lane. Tier 2 going to go down here as well. Zest and Feisty actually duoing to try and take out Envy, who is isolated behind this Weaver's Wall. Feisty goes golden, and now stunned is Zest. Envy 1v2ing is carrying for Loud right now. They've got a numbers advantage, and on the left side of your screen are looking for a fight in the base. That is a huge encore to connect onto 2. Just is golden, but dead. And Loud, we believed in them hard enough. Loud are making a comeback, and they could win the game right here.
They should win the game right here. Unfortunately for Envy, he doesn't have teleport. He can't join the family photo at the end, but he won't need to. That's it. Loud come back from nothing, Dia, in their trademark signature style at this point. Make one mistake, and Loud will punish you at burn. You can see Young Jay and Shino there. They know they got really lucky. But Dia, we got to put some of this at Lowe's ground as well. That draft, that composition, that was them taking some risks, and they were up 2-0. They felt they could afford it. I do not think that composition was ideal or great. Look, I could do it another Camille Ackerman game, but preferably with a composition that can actually take use of it and you don't just outhands the opponent and pray that works.
What was that end game?
It's typical. This is why I have PTSD about Loud. This is why everybody's like, oh, Loud's in the lower bracket. Loud sucks. Loud looks like a horrible team. Doesn't matter, guys. They can still win the cup. Like, we cannot count them out because they do stuff like that. Because you find one mistake you make and they just blow the game open and just end it.
That was,
disgusting.
I mean, Los Grandes panicked in the last couple minutes as well. I mean, I liked sending your Jace top lane. But to send Talia there as well, sure, fine, fair enough. Diving underneath the inhibitor tower, it was like, all right, I think we may have gone too far. And credit to Envy, had he died there, that game looks a lot different. But because he didn't,
I'm gonna be honest. I don't even think it matters that Envy. If Envy dies there, it's okay. Like, honestly, the moment they killed Curse, like, that was when everything was just doomed for the side of Los Grandes. They just had a man down trying to defend. That's just not going to work. And while Zest is fast, it's a full burned up team on the other side. So, yeah, things got really dicey. But I agree. I think Los Grandes kind of lost the thread of things a little bit in that last sequence of events. They felt like, oh, we need to pressure back. And no, you really didn't. You needed to hold on, survive first, and then you can worry about other things. Instead, they doubled down and ended up losing everything and the house. But Dia, for us watching the stream, for us watching the games, this is a good thing. We get more games. Did Los lose? Yes, but they did it entertainingly, and that's really all we ask for.
That means we will be going to game 4. A shout out to Not Paloxin, who, despite not getting the Pantheon that they keep asking for, did actually predict that Loud were going to win that. I don't know how you did it, but thank God somebody did. We are going to take a short break, maybe call our therapists, and we will be back for game number... I can't believe I'm saying this. We'll be back for game number 4. All right, guys, we are back. Ooh, I'm still monitoring my own audio. That was a no-no noise. All right, as we get back into this series, I regret to inform you that somehow, if you are a Los fan, you've managed to take it to game 4. That's not good news for you, my friends, because game 3 looked like you should have won it, and game 4, now I don't know what to think. Ooh, that reminds me, I got to put up the prediction as we get into draft. When we get into draft, I'm going to throw up the prediction for this game. Remember, you must believe in Loud. If you stop believing in Loud, they will win.
Fair enough. You know what, Dia? In the break, we were talking a little bit about it, and we saw the gold graph after the game. That gold graph was hilarious. It just plunged off a cliff like out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, yeah. To be fair, Loud did manage to get a positive goal difference by the end of the game, but it was a bit of a close one. And going into game 4, yeah, Los fans, I don't know if they'll be upset, honestly, after losing that game 3. The draft was already kind of wonky. It felt like they were drafting a little bit more for fun, or, you know, a bit more experimental to come through. And for Los Grandes, they finally get the selection of whether they want to go first or second. They've been primarily forced to go counter pick, which, again, I think is not a bad thing. But at least this time, maybe they get to play sort of the first pick draft or first pick plan that they might have set up for the series.
Are you noticing there's no Pantheon ban?
Yes.
Because, I am noticing there's no.
We'll have to see if Loud bans it first, right?
Where is this guy? Where is this guy? Hold on. I've pulled out my draft cookie as well. I need something to carry me through this. As with Aurora banned, that's pretty targeted at Envy, to be honest.
There you go. Yeah, it's been Loud banning it the entire series. So, and Loud banned it when they had first pick. So I would expect them to ban it when they don't have first pick. Unfortunately, it means we won't get to see Curse pilot that champion. I'm kind of curious where they're gonna go with this draft now for Curse. Because he does also have some good tanks. Like, he was a good Sejuani player. Okay, so yeah, kind of tanky-ish. Not a true tank with the Xinjiao, but something that is going to act a bit more frontline heavy for the team.
I mean, I really liked Young Jae's engage on this person with Sejuani. If we can do that again, if we can find some sort of way for Young Jae to be the spearhead or the blunt force instrument that drives the team forward, I'm happy. But Lung Corki is kind of a nothing pick to me. Like, fine, sure. We've also got Yunara Lulu available. That's slammable. Hey, you can go Corki Nami here. You trade it for Yunara Lulu. And honestly, my opinion of this draft has changed not at all. It's basically just a Xinjiao and nothing else.
Yeah, I feel like the Corki might also be a takeaway from Dida, because some of his best performances this year in the CBLOL Cup as well did come at the hands of when he got the Corki. In fact, that was why they were kind of calling Los Grandes a bit of Game 1 merchants, was precisely because in the best of 1, Dida gets Corki, runs the game, and then when it became a best of 3, suddenly Dida's options did shrink quite a bit. Blind Silas, Dia.
Why would you do that?
Preempt. I mean,
why?
The Xinjiao Ultimate's already worth taking, and Envy has had this habit of when his back's up against the wall, he picks almost comfort picks that he thinks he can carry on regardless of how bad the laning might be. I mean, think back to his Vex games at the International. You think back to his Zoe games in some other clutch situations, which definitely didn't pay off for him, but it's champions he feels like he can take over for. So I'm assuming that's an Envy pick and not for Shino. Again, Shino hasn't shown us a Silas top lane, I don't believe.
No, it was Zest that gave us the Silas top lane. I don't think I've seen Shino play it yet. I'm not in memory. CBLOL's long. Like we talked about, the Nami sort of a nothing burger pick here. It's a strong lane. We've seen how it plays out. I do like Zeri. Zeri Lulu feels pretty good on this patch, to be honest. You swap that out for the Yunara, and I think it's more or less the same thing. But what both of these compositions don't really have yet is an identity. Silas by himself isn't really one. It's not a win condition. You have strong AD carries, but what are you putting in front of them? Are you doing like a front-to-back composition, or are you going for picks, for high damage, or, I mean, I know you can't go for Scion, but for something really standard? That's where the character of these compositions, and likely where the win will be most decided. Cracker number 2.
Fair enough. And I'm also thinking for Los Grandes, what options, or what do you pick here into this size as well? Because you don't want to give any more outs over. And I should remember which series it was. I vaguely remember Rude talking about Sinja as a potential counter, or not really counter, but things that you pick into Sylas so that when he steals the ultimate, it's not necessarily as strong. You also need a top laner here for Los Grandes, and while Xin Zhao does do some damage, Zeri does plenty of damage if you can keep her alive. I wouldn't be adverse to seeing another sort of damage threat to come through, either from top lane or jungle. The bans for now, Rek'Sai and Annie being taken away from Loud, so they're also trying to remove some of those tankier options. Not like full tank, but bruiser options. Yes,
Olaf could be fun this game. Zest's played Olaf top.
Okay.
I know we had people in the chat very excited about the
yes.
the Sylas takeaway. I don't mind Olaf here.
Yeah, and into something like Renekton as well, that could definitely work. The only hesitation I have for Los Grandes is that they don't have counter pick. So whatever, yeah, okay, there we go. That's fine. Yeah, once you see the top lane, you're kind of safe to go the Olaf. Though if that does happen, I expect Youngjae to cap that top lane, try and shut the Olaf down, because Olaf's scaling is not great. It's mid game that is where he has that huge threat with that Ragnarok, and Ragnarok for Sylas doesn't feel quite as good. Sure, you're not CCable, but CC isn't the issue for Sylas anyways half the time. Instead, yeah, we're seeing the Gnar being hovered for the age-old Renekton Gnar matchup. I'm not particularly crazy or enthused about it.
Good.
Yesterday, we saw the Gnar struggle to manage his rage bar properly, and that was, I believe it was Since who struggled with it, and Since is one of our better top laners as well. So, yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Wait, hold the front door.
What do you mean?
No, that's right. No.
Yeah, the Zoe's
I'm
fine.
blind.
I
thought they were looking for a jungle for a second, so I was like, wait, jungle Zeri? No. Jungle Zoe was the first pick, Xin Zhao, so that's fine. And then Loud is the one, who's looking for the jungle. I got them flipped in my head for a second. It feels like it's been a long day. This is only game 4. I think game 3 just fried my brain.
Yeah,
Jungle Sylas.
I was really hoping. I was hoping we'd get something a little spicier out of Envy as well. But Hizari is very good. It works out. And Youngjae piloting the Sylas is going to feel fine into the Xin Zhao matchup. I mean, I would still give Xin Zhao an edge in the 1v1, but when it comes to teamfight utility, Youngjae should be just fine. Theoretically has the engage. Theoretically is able to start things with his face. I don't love the engage that we are seeing as a whole. It relies a lot on Envy. On Envy having a really good game, I need to change scenes. And outside of that, I have only looked at the Loud side of this. I need to consider what the Los Grandes side of this is. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. So both teams, I think, are lacking a little bit of damage, but what I do like about Los is that they still have the Zoe on their side. And folks, I know that Zoe's been having a bit of a rough time in CBLOL specifically, where only I think Cody's actually won with the champion this split, I feel like. But everybody else has lost with it. But the idea of the CP Trouble Bubble to kind of fish for picks is still kind of strong, especially when both teams are struggling a little bit to find great engage options. Neither of them have on-demand engage. One side's kind of trying to do the Mega Gnar, and the other side's looking for the Sylas to get in there. So I think the Zoe is going to be nice in that context. But yeah, I'm thinking back to that Sylas, because I should remember Sylas jungle. Where did I hear about Sylas jungle in the past? And I remember there was a while where it was something that was almost being considered meta, and it was specifically into the Xin Zhao matchup, back when Xin Zhao was very, very, very high prior. And the idea is that you lose early, but then you're in the jungle, so you're kind of protected a little bit. And the early trades are not atrocious for Sylas into Xin Zhao. You don't win it, but with backup, you can fend off the Xin Zhao. And then later on, you go invading and you try and punish the Xin Zhao in the jungle, 1v1 sort of situation. You can look for kills as well in side lanes, but you're trying to blow the Crescent Strike early, so that the Crescent Guard early, so that Xin Zhao doesn't have it for the team fights, whereas Sylas might be able to hold his and be that front line the team needs.
A reminder that you still have 2 minutes left to get your predictions in. Now that you've seen the drafts, who is going to win this game? I, on one hand, don't love the position that Loud are in. I think it's pretty standard, lacks a bit of front line. On the other hand, Los Grandes have Brazil Zoe and Brazil Gnar. And that is a tough ask. I don't know who came out worse in this, to be honest. But I do like Zeri Lulu. That I can hang on to. And Dutta has been playing really well this series.
Yeah, and I love Dutta when he's got mobility champions, or when he plays Sivir and has flash, apparently, because he also just flashes in face first with Sivir and still wins, by the way. I know it sounds bad, but it actually works out for him somehow. I don't know how. So with Zeri, with a champion with mobility, yeah, I'm kind of liking the sort of late game potential for Los Grandes. Bull's Corki for me is a bit polarizing as well. While he does, I feel like, pump out more damage on the Corki, sometimes his positioning I feel like gets a little bit worrisome for the most part. Speaking of worrisome, already diving in the wall. He does bait the barrier out of Bull though with that trade.
Well, works out. I mean, Duda's forward positioning, I promise this is my last cracker, and then I'm going to stop doing this. Duda's forward positioning has tended, especially in the Lucian game, to force critical cooldowns out of Bull and Yuzen, not just in lane, where sometimes it ends up being a value, but realistically, in and pre-team fights, Duda is really good at being able to step forward, take a risk, and not die for it, burning critical cooldowns thrown at him before a team fight.
And maybe it'll be enough for Feisty to find the angle, or for even Curse and Zest to look for the engage. Because when I'm looking at engage potential, I know I talked about Meganar for Zest being the critical one I'm eyeing, but I suspect more often than not, it'll be Curse actually diving in to kick things off and Zest acting as secondary engage. So the more I look at this, the more I'm kind of preferring Los Grandes' composition a little bit later on in terms of team fighting. I just feel like they have easier tools to get in there. That's not to discount that Loud has a lot of mobility, and they've got sort of the double brawlers as well with the Silas and Renekton that can look for flanks and be a huge threat. And for all we know, Feisty and Dida might be too busy just trying to survive backline dive to actually meaningfully contribute to team fights.
First Scuttle though. Curse wants to go for this, but it is being taken right now. He might be a little bit too late to actually do it. And Curse will have to move down towards the bot side to try and secure secondary consolation Scuttle.
I'm wondering if Curse is just going to throw something.
YoungJay is top. YoungJay is, hold on. YoungJay shows up top and gets first blood. Bro, we have got to stop going to the triple lane screen when the junglers are schmoovin'.
Yeah, this series in particular has been really unfortunate for the observer timings, because 3.5 minutes usually we're just seeing junglers kind of handshake for the scuttles, but we've seen them now contest scuttles. We've seen them actually go for these early ganks, and I love that from YoungJay as well, because nobody expects the level 3, level 4 Silas gank. Silas needs to farm, Dia. Normally he needs items. He needs to get stuff to be effective. And you're not expecting him to come out the jungle like full health and just gank you level 3. But YoungJay, because he had the element of surprise on his side, is able to punish Zest, get that early first blood as well. And right now, if you're YoungJay, I think regardless of champion, even when YoungJay's on Sejuani, giving him first blood is generally a good idea. Oh, the pathing. YoungJay was looking for the wraparound, but because Zest opted to jump that direction, flash, and had to flash backwards, like he just went face first into YoungJay, and YoungJay say, oh great, my Uber Eats delivery's here.
It was the perfect thing to like suddenly realize that YoungJay is there. Like he had no vision until the very last second, and it really hurts his Zest. 2 summoners down. Shino has had to burn 0 summoners and come back with the armor boots, so now even more difficult to actually bully in this lane, something that I know Zest wanted to do because we know him as a player, but also because he picked Gnar and Renekton.
Yep.
When you want to win the lane, that's where you go.
Yeah, and for Zest, the positive aspect is that even despite losing that death early, it shouldn't affect his laning overly much. Like his kill threat goes down, but he also shouldn't be at risk of dying as long as he plays conservatively.
Level 6 is going to have to be flashed on, and Curse doesn't quite land the auto before Envy's next Spirit Rush. Burning a flash out of a jungler for just an ult, pretty good. And YoungJay revisiting the top lane. Zest about to go mini, and no flash, still gets out of that and doesn't even break a sweat.
Okay, that was actually really clean from Zest. I thought he was low-key cooked, but great scoop to get YoungJay out of trouble with YoungJay. Curse just clearing the ward, and we've seen this again. We saw this last game where Curse thought everything was fine, and then YoungJay actually just decided to stick around a bit longer. This time won't do that, as Curse just wants to farm, and YoungJay doesn't see the dive angle. In the mid lane, it's worth noting as well, Envy did also burn his flash. So flash for flash and ultimate, I think Los are okay with that trade, but they do have to revisit that lane before 5 minutes, ideally before the Spirit Rush even comes back off cooldown.
Yeah, that's a tight cooldown to punish. Like this early into the game, Ahri having ult online is a huge boost to her mobility. It makes her really difficult to gank and kill. One of the things that I am happy to see, though, is that both Envy and Feisty have reset around the dragon timing. YoungJay has come down here as well, and I know it's a Cloud Drake, but maybe we kill it before 10 minutes. We think about that?
Over under, I think it will go down before 10 minutes. But the question, but I suspect it's not that Dragon's going to be the priority, and more just that we see some sort of action happen, and whoever wins a bot lane fight just goes for Dragon at this point, or mid lane fight, because Feisty. Okay, Feisty's been interesting. I think for most of the split, we've considered Feisty to be a very relatively quiet laning mid laner. Like, he doesn't do much, and then he just shows up more in mid games and late games. But in this series, we've actually seen him and Envy trade very heavily. And in fact, a couple of the early skirmishes were decided by who could actually rotate out of mid lane. So I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see the kill happen in mid lane first that actually ends up transitioning into Dragon.
It's that or Feisty sticks a roam up to the top lane, which he also was really good at, especially when he was playing Rise, pulling out a Realm Warp really early to make sure that Zest had extra lane pressure. Even on Talia, he is getting places. And in the mid lane, he's getting up in Envy's face. That is a forced recall out of Envy, who has no teleport to get back, and he actually cancels it. Envy's sticking around.
What are they... I'm just trying to think like why Envy would cancel that back at that moment, especially when Feisty wasn't like hard rushing the push on that. And the problem is using his Nami, which sure will keep you alive, I guess, but there's no real kill threat here either. So it feels like maybe literally just the heal from Yuzin would be enough for Envy pick up one more wave and then maybe hit an item breakpoint. We'll have to see if Envy comes back with components. Then my theory is shot.
That looks like that looks like it was the call. Envy.
Okay.
I mean, he does come back at least with completed boots, but Young Jae is getting active in the top lane once again. Shino's trying to crash this wave, and Curse actually might be the one to find Young Jae first as he's on the Krugs. Zest steps a little too far out from turret. He cannot get too aggressive. Zest, control yourself. Feisty's here. Young Jae still low though, and that is a gnar into the wall. Nice steal from Young Jae, but Zest now smells weakness and goes for the hop into Young Jae, into the squishier member. Shino goes to the front lines with Dominus ticking on Renekton. He is a monster. Charm connects from Envy, but Sleepy Trouble Bubble will not. And everybody backs away. We're all good. Guns down, guys.
Oof. And great call-outs from Loud to recognize that Feisty had actually left mid and started that roam. Kept Shino and Young Jae safe from what could have been a disastrous turnabout. And for their prize, yeah, we talk about what happens after the kills. Well, no kills, but the pressure is enough for Young Jae to pick up all 3 grubs. Is this the first time since game 1? Or even game 1, it's split?
Yeah, in game 1 it was split.
Okay,
that we see somebody pick up all the grubs.
Oh, I'm actually getting a little bit scared now. Like, my PTSD from Loud is kicking back in. Them winning the early game?
Aren't Loud our only reverse sweepers in Brazil, or are Red Canids also on that list?
I can't remember the only ones, but they're certainly the most notable ones because they've done it more than once.
Mm-hmm. Very rare thing that we see in CBLOL, but as RMC's mentioned, if somebody's going to reverse sweep you in the CBLOL, it is going to be Loud.
Yes.
And in game 4, Los Grandes had better be careful. I will say, credit to them, picking up the relatively early dragon before 10 minutes. Very good.
A little bit disappointed it wasn't off any kills. It was just kind of well, we've got the space to do it right now. We know that Young Jae showed topside earlier, so we're just going to go for this. Again, good call from Los, knowing that they've kind of lost out on that topside macro-wise anyways. And it does keep the game in a fairly quiet state, Dia. The early game, despite the combat that we've seen happen, has some of the least kills we've seen so far in this series. It looks like both teams are trying to slow things down a little bit. And I have very mixed feelings about that, because on one hand, compositionally, we talked about the Zeri Lulu, which is good for Los. But on the other hand, I am a little bit concerned that Los generally play better as individuals when the game's fast.
So pinged about a minute ago. Envy wanted to show up top lane, and he does, but it's just as Zest is about to go mega and no charm hits. That is unlucky.
Yeah. That charm, actually. Zest, I kind of dodged it because he didn't see it coming, so he kept going forward, and charm actually went behind him, did it, with the chase down?
Does have flash as well to finish off any kills, but instead will force the tidal wave. That is an ult traded in the bot lane, and Duda now basically out of mana is going to have to back and let Bull shove in this wave. I say, as we're just canceling our backs. We don't care that we're out of mana. We're doing it anyway. I suppose Duda can stick around because he's got Ackerman, and Ackerman, low-key the GOAT this series. He's going to be unfortunately in bot lane while his top laner gets aggressed on. Young Jae shows up and deletes Zest. Well, bot lane, we got the play going on once again. Feisty's shown up this time, but but it won't be a kill going down there. Curse, worst matchup for Xin Zhao. 2 melee champions who want to get on top of you anyway, and they're tower diving him. It'll be 2 kills in the top lane to the favor of Loud, trading 1 away. As Yuzhen, unfortunately, will fall in the bot lane.
Yeah, Feisty doubling down, really chasing all the way in despite missing the initial sleepy trouble bubbles. But Los kind of losing out on that trade, a 1 for 2. And yeah, this is why that Silas used to be picked occasionally as a counter pick into Xin Zhao, because he's inside the Crescent Guard, he's okay with those trades, and he starts to out-sustain and out-damage Xin Zhao as well. This top side of the map is starting to look real dicey for Los Grandes, and part of me is wondering how long, Dia? How long before we start seeing the lane swaps come through? We saw Loud opt for some lane swaps earlier in the series, and Los in game 1 lane swapped at an advantage, but this time they might need to do it just to cover Zest, else they can just repeat those dives. And once Envy starts getting in on it, it's no longer just about how bad that lane goes for Zest, but also where the gold distribution starts to go for Loud.
Nameplates off. This looks like looks like Los are just playing with the Ahri Renekton, are constantly ganking Shino. And funnily enough, it's working out over and over and over. Loud pick up another kill. It looks just like Feisty coming top lane 2 games ago. And it's turned into a gold lead for Loud. A convincing gold lead. I don't know. Looks like we're going to game 5.
I hope not, Jay. I think on the podcast last week, Forfar and I were talking about it, and we were saying that we think Low should win this. But if it goes to a game 5, both of us think Loud are going to take it. Yep. Just because Loud's mental is there. They're used to this. This is almost comfort zones for them when they're clutching out those game 5s. And even in this game 4 right now, it's looking so incredibly comfortable for them. Faker's signature as well, from the Hall of Legends skin from Envy right now. And his performance is, well, I won't say worthy of Faker just yet.
Chills on the Riot broadcast. My God. Have they no shame?
Hey, dude, like, he just wants to be Faker, and right now he's being primed to set up for it. We talked about the fact that, yeah, you know, it's when Envy starts getting in on the Zest farming that things are becoming an issue, and Loud has already sped that up. 2,500 gold advantage at 13.5 minutes here. That's a bigger advantage, I think, than we've seen when Los has been leading up to this point. Usually Los is leading by maybe 1,000 gold at the 20-minute mark, but Loud's accelerating this. Now, can they keep the pressure up? Lane swaps have started to come through. We've seen the bot lanes go into the mid lane.
They're backing away as he is still getting chunked out by Bull. Somebody who we cannot count out of this game either. Bull on Corki can do a whole lot. Maybe not to Curse, to everyone else. He is going to be the focus of a lot of these fights if Los choose a target for assassination. But right now, Bull is stepping up so far. Say what you will about the guy. He knows his limits.
Yeah, Bull is invisible when they're losing, but when they're winning, that's when Bull's numbers really start to shine, because he knows when he can step up and how much he can do. Look at him just chasing Duda down there as well, knowing that normally as a Corki, if you overchase into a Zeri, once your cooldowns are down, Zeri just turns around, chases you down, and can usually kill you before your cooldowns come back up. But because he knows his team is more dominant and he's got numbers on his side, he's pressing in Feisty.
Feisty is understanding what Zest has gone through. Shino's low, though, and Zest teleported down. Los could look for a fight here. Bull is isolated, so is Yuzhen. And in the river, Zest is going to flash on Yuzhen to try and steal a kill. Feisty gets engaged on the backside, though. And now Curse trying to peel for him is going to leave Feisty alone with Young Jae. It's still going to be a kill going over to Bull, and he's looking for more as joining the fight a little late. He manages to pick another one up, a double kill for Bull, but now Curse and Zest are all over him. Finally, the Corki will be shut down, and miraculously, Loud are wiped off of the Rift at 15 minutes.
Yeah, I love CBLOL. this series has been so fun. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, Loud's looking dominant. And the way they came in, Envy was just landing charms left and right, skill shots all over the place, and they still lose the fight? Like, it's wild, and I loved for the replay.
We don't really talk about our roles as casters a lot, but like, this is a fight that as I was casting it, I was talking about whatever was on my screen, whatever was most interesting to me at the moment, and I got to the end of it and I went, what actually happened? Like, how did they win that?
Yeah, I mean, Duda flashing over the wall right there, like getting the kill. And then I was like, well, what happens? You don't get out now. And Duda's dead. And at this moment, I was thinking, okay, maybe Loud actually have this, especially when Envy gets over the wall, lands the charm. But I think the critical thing was that CP Trouble went down, and that allowed Curse and Zest to actually gap close onto Envy. Envy with no response. If Envy didn't get slept there, the CC didn't land, I actually think Envy, as well as Bull, would have been able to kite back and win that fight. Now, it would have been a bloody win, a Pyrrhic victory, but a win nonetheless for them. Instead, it's Los walking away with the wins, Los walking away with the Dragons, and Loud trading back with Herald to try and keep things even for now.
Fortunately, hasn't seemed to affect Bull too much. He's like, in that fight, I did nothing wrong. We're still even.
Yep.
I'm still going to walk up. That's good. Honestly, the fact that Bull is positioning confidently is the only thing that is still giving me the belief in Loud after that fight. An inexplicable loss. But if Bull believes, I believe.
And the thing, Dia, is that there is an explanation behind that loss. We call it inexplicable because on paper it shouldn't have happened. But the reason is Los just have really good mechanical hands. Like, they are very good at scrapping. And Duda completed the experimental hexblade already. Went for a tanky item first to unlock his ultimate more frequently. Now, it does put Duda in a bit of an awkward situation now where he might not do as much damage, but I love the fact that it's going to enable his aggressive style of play. Oof. Feisty has not had luck fishing with these battle stars.
I mean, it is even better for Duda if Los can continue fishing for team fights. Envy goes into the front line, he gets knocked up. Envy is deleted. I saw the dream. I saw Ari trying to play the game, but then I saw Nar trying to play the game. It was a BR Nar with no rage jumping into a fight, and that has really screwed the pooch for Los Grandes, who will lose their jungler immediately afterwards and are being chased down by Loud. Feisty, fake mobility champion, is going to fall. We've got another Rift Herald charge. Does this go off? Does Duda stop it? Yes, he does.
If not, I think the turret would have enough damage to kill it right before it hits, but it would have been a really close thing. And Loud, huge props to them. They just whiffed the fight, and they just went right back to it, recognizing we are stronger. There was no reason for us to back off. We were talking about how Bull was willing to step up and keep trading. It was the mentality of all of Loud. And this initiate was really rough. Yeah, that charm whiffing, I was like, oh, they are cooked. And Envy just instantly melting. But Loud recognized that, well, that's fine. We landed the bubble. We found Zest in mini form. Suddenly, we're able to turn this around. We've got equal numbers. And guys, we're stronger. So we will run them down with Shelly. Young Jay causing maximal chaos in the back line. And the fact that the turret was low as well means Young Jay gets to do this scot-free. Like, there's no consequences for doing that. He gets a turret, he gets to threaten, and they get further chases.
Ackerman is legit the GOAT, by the way. I don't often look at things and go, yeah, Lulu mechanics, because, you know, it's an enchanter support. You press your buttons, you do your thing. He's the reason that they killed Envy in that fight. He's the reason that it was even partially close because of a really well-timed wild growth. The fact that he's able to do that, the fact that in the previous fight over Dragon, he is flashing over the wall to secure kills on Young Jay. I mean, this is an aggressive Lulu. It is a Lulu from Ackerman that really has the win condition for the team in the team fight in mind. Isn't just taking care of an AD carry, isn't just sitting back and waiting for the game to become about how much Lulu buffs people. Ackerman is getting his flowers for me this game.
I fully agree, but unfortunately for Ackerman, there's just so many targets he's got to go for. In that case, he got Envy, but what about Shino? What about Young Jay? I'd argue that Young Jay starts becoming a bigger threat. Well, is already a bigger threat. He's already got 2 items completed, sub 20 minutes, because this game has accelerated. Somebody in chat was saying you're going to be disappointed if we don't get 20 kills. Well, we've already got 16, so we're more than halfway there, and the game's not done just yet. Zest moving in from bot lane, but key to note, this is a 5v4 right now. Envy is nowhere nearby. Envy now teleporting behind.
Zest's rage bar is really bad for this fight as well. Yep. This is a perfect staging ground for Loud to take another team fight win. Curse deleted. Shudder trying to kite back, but he's already lost his support and his jungler. Zest not even able to participate in the fight, and Loud are going to continue getting more gold, more team fight wins. 4.3 thousand gold in their favor, and as you mentioned, just as we crest 20 minutes, Baron is up, no jungler, a top laner who can't participate, and no support for Los Grandes. I think we go for this.
This Baron is pretty free. Without the smite available, I don't think Los even want to peek their heads into that. Instead, we're seeing pings come down on the Dragon. Los trying to stack and maybe look for a Hextech soul. If there is a soul that could turn the game, Hextech is definitely one of them, but I'm not going to lie to you right now. Given the way Feisty has been struggling, even the end of that fight, he actually missed a paddle star on a sleeping Shino. If you can't land those skill shots, I don't know if the Hextech Soul will be enough to save you. If you can't manage that Rage Bar, I don't think we've seen Zest in Mega Gnar form in any of these recent fights. That Hextech Soul probably won't save you, so it's going to be a little bit rough. We get a replay on how that happens, and yeah, the TP coming through from Envy, it's a little bit rough. I think Envy really needs Azonias quickly because he's often the target, but he gets away this time. And they just immediately dive in. We talked about Youngjae being a threat with 2 items. Yeah, he just sees squishies, kills squishies. And there's just nobody tanky enough to frontline for them. Even through the Wild Growth curse is getting melted.
And the thing is, scaling doesn't even one-dimensionally favor Los Grandes. It's pretty even on both sides. Loud are going to have a really nice time as we get later into the game, as Bull hits some insane item breakpoints. He is going to be able to burst down Curse consistently as long as he is able to get inside Crescent Guard, something that the rest of his team is letting him do so often. Youngjae and Envy on the front lines are devastating, and Curse has to back away this time as well. Zest has shown up. He's in Mega Gnar, but as that bar ticks down, there goes your team fight, bro. Like, you do not get to fight with him in Mini.
Yeah, unfortunately, and I think Loud played that really well. Feisty, oh, okay. Feisty playing with fire, but actually gets out alive. Yeah, and Loud know that, so the moment they see the Mega Gnar, they kind of disengage. Now it's Mini, Young
now
Jay.
Loud engage, and
okay.
the Gnar didn't work.
We're like, oh, yeah, he's Mini. We should engage. And Youngjae went in, and that's that slight disconnect. Now, how much does it cost Loud? Because one fight costs Los everything in Game 3. Loud were down like 5,000-6,000 gold when that happened. So it's kind of a similar situation, but I think Loud, being the architects of that comeback last game, recognized very quickly, let's not overstay. We just lost somebody. Reset. We can take this slow. We don't want to throw the game. And they're just going to leave Shino split pushing, but Shino should be leaving very soon. Yep, there you go. As soon as Feisty even begins to show up, he's running for the hills.
Honestly, with the way that this game is at right now, 3 minutes left to Dragon. The only thing that matters for Los fans is whether Los can win a fight in those next 3 minutes. We've got 2 items complete on Duda. It's not unwinnable, but he's not God. He needs at least, I want to say, 4 items to be the really scary Lulu Zeri combination that we need. So Los still need a good setup, and that starts with Zest, who was the focus of us when we got into this series. He and Shino's matchup was going to be the thing that decided this series. And to be honest, in this game, I am not seeing the Zest that I saw in regular season. We doubted the Gnar, but it's turning into more than just a champion issue. Zest is misplaying.
Yeah, on this Gnar, and I believe Gnar is actually one of his most played champions throughout.
Yeah.
Not just this year, but throughout his career as a whole. So I'm actually a little bit surprised to see Zest struggle so much. And granted, okay, he didn't lose to Shino solo. It was Loud as a concerted team that dived him repeatedly to set him behind. But we're starting to see sort of 1v1 mistakes or individual mistakes, which have nothing to do with what Loud is necessarily pressuring with or answering his attempts with. Another turret goes down in the favor of Loud. Gold lead continues to grow, pardon me, but Los, I think for them, step 1 is just to stabilize matters. They took the first 3 dragons, they can let those go. The big objective they need to fight for is Baron. If you can sneak a dragon, great, but that is not the pit. That is not the hill that you want to die on.
Envy and Bull have been rocks for Loud in this particular game. And as you've mentioned, Feisty also somebody to watch, is him getting even on the same level as Envy during the fights. Feisty's lane was great during the fights. If Feisty can be landing the same amount of skill shots, if we can 1-to-1 this with Envy, he's going to do more. He's got more kills. He's got more items. Feisty does a lot of damage, but he needs to be set up properly for it. And a lot of that has been coming down to him as well. I'm not just saying somebody else needs to do this. Feisty needs to be finding the appropriate positions for himself in the team fight and the appropriate targets for his battle stars.
Yeah, and they need time as well as a whole. Duda needs time to scale. 3 items completed, mortal reminder, having actually been finished here. Nice. Feisty needs time, not for his items so much, it's just the ability to actually land some of that poke down. But Loud has been playing this really well, and one thing I appreciate about the way Loud has been taking objectives is they they're not taking their time about it. When they decide to go for something, they're in, they do the job, they're out. CP Trouble Bubble lands
Sleepy Trouble
onto
Bubble
Bull.
actually kind of baits him into an engage. Excuse me for the hiccup. I may be casting this while hiccuping because Young Jay's not going to give me a second to breathe. Crescent Guard does get used on both sides. And with the Dragon now up, Los Grandes really want to get into the pit. If they could find Envy on the side, but Feisty's Sleepy Trouble Bubble does not connect. Again, excuse me, please take this.
Don't worry, Dia. There'll be a scare one way or another coming in. I refuse to believe this game will end that clean. Los now pushing in on the mid outer turret because they've surrendered the Dragon. As we talked about, that Dragon is not the hill for you to die on. Feisty has to cancel his recalls. He gets spotted by a Scryers. And with 20 seconds left on the clock before Baron spawns, Los have to be very careful about how and when they actually recall. If they send too many people back, if Loud are aware of this, they could be punished. So they're sneaking back, and with the Hex Gates, they should be out in time. But Dia, Loud, like we talked about, really starting to turn the screws up, really starting to accelerate the game. That Dragon take, again, very, very fast, right? They recognize that, hey, we've got an opportunity. They immediately turn and burn, forget the outer turret. We don't really need that. What we do need is to make sure that we don't get caught out in extended sieges.
Watching Yuzen walk up to that brush going, please no, not now, bro. I'm in the middle of my drink of water. We can't do this. So thankfully, Loud will at least save me. Yeah, it's true. It's true. We need that. That actually might have solved it. Fortunately, the water seems to have done the trick. Yuzen takes about half his HP. That's just the reality of the Los composition. Like you talked about, the Baron dance has begun, and Shino is dancing. Far away as he is, crashing waves into the bot lane tower is big, with Zest not having a teleport to get back up to the top side. Young Jay thinks about an engage, won't actually land one for now, and Los Grandes can't really do much about this. Loud get to walk forward into them because Los Grandes composition is not great at kiting back.
Especially when you're down so much gold, it's really hard for them to actually retreat in great order. Like, yes, Zeri is fine, kind of kiting backward and doing damage the entire time, but like for example, Curse, Ackerman, they might struggle a little bit. Even Zoe actually is not great at running away that way because her portal jump does put her back right into position. They will spot Yuzen walking towards Baron, know that it's been started up, but Los, are they really ready to fight this?
Envy on the flank right now, not spotted by Feisty, who's actually going to face check into this. Shino and Envy coming around the side. They want it to get involved. Will they actually jump in? Curse actually jumps onto them and sacrifices himself for the team. Zest up next, and Feisty getting knocked up as well. Sure to die, I thought, as the charm almost landed onto him. But Los Grandes, they do keep their major damage dealers up. Loud are going to turn right back on the Baron. Do Los Grandes want to play with fire?
Yes, they do. The outs are down for Loud right now, so you are looking to poke. And one of the most obnoxious things to deal with when you're doing Baron is poke compositions, because if one good one lands with the chunk, you can see the hell.
Dodo thinks he's a hero.
Oh my goodness!
He is. He finds one kill, but all of a sudden it is so over. Feisty gets run down by Shino. And we are right back on Baron that didn't even reset. Loud are going to be able to stave off that kill, but for a second, and for a split second, I believed in Duda.
I know, and you can see the low health bars as well that resulted from the poke that Feisty was able to put down initially. That's why it's so dangerous to do it in the face of a poke composition. We've seen before in Brazil multiple steals from Zoe at the Baron, or if not steals, multiple kills, which often nullify the strength of that resulting Baron buff. But Loud retreat in great order. They collapse back in. They make sure that their weaker players are sheltered. And sure, Duda gets a kill, but Duda trades it with his life, and I think Loud are going to be okay with that when they do get the Baron to boot. Now, 8,500 gold advantage to Loud. If 3,000 was playable, if 5,000 was hopeful, 8,500 is starting to look like a miracle if those are able to come back from this.
Okay, we are in a position where Loud have no choice but to win. So surely, this is throwable. That's what I'm thinking right now. Loud have thrown these before. And yet, they've actually played really well into Los this game. They've made a big comeback in the series. Maybe we're going to Game 5 here. It's in the cards. It's on the Rift right now. You pause this at this very moment, and you say, surely Loud is winning. I'm going to say that with them. This is Loud winning the game.
No.
Loud are executing on this Baron.
I'm so scared. If this goes to a game 5, the game in a game 5 situation, and this is elimination, this is lower bracket, it becomes a mental game now. It's not about the hands, which Los have done so incredibly well. It's about picks. Hold up. And V?
Oh my god, if he had one more auto, and he does. All right. Envy dead. It's not a team fight, but that pick is big because Dragon is up in 10 seconds.
Can they leave their base? There's minions pushing in every which way, and Loud wanna pick Youngjae over the wall on the hunt.
Looks for
Can't
Curse.
quite find
Pressing
Curse.
guard protects Curse for a little while longer. Duda's just shown up, and he's going to start throwing damage into Shino and Youngjae, but nobody is touching Bull, and Bull is touching Zest, and it is not okay. Bull finally takes to the front lines, takes a touch of damage, but now, with Curse down, that Dragon becomes a pipe dream for Los Grandes. No jungler, no way.
Great ambush from Loud to be able to push Los Grandes off there. And you're seeing the difference in the compositions right now. We talk about the scaling of Zeri. Yes, Duda's doing work. But when Curse goes down so early, it's not a 4v4 anymore. It becomes a 3v4 in the actual fights. Because Feisty on the Zoe... I'm sorry, Matt. You're a great pick champion. You're a great sort of siege tool. But you are not a teamfight champion. And we saw in that fight, Feisty's cooldown just took way too long to come out. And Loud, from being a man down, from Envy getting caught out so quickly, he couldn't even Zhonya's, to Loud still securing themselves their second Drake of the game.
We also saw exactly what we talked about earlier, that Los's composition has a really difficult time kiting back. I think almost any other comp is going to be able to say, okay, I see a Sylas walking at me. I'm simply going to walk away, and we're going to save this for another day. But Los aren't able to. Curse specifically cannot disengage. Feisty has to keep looking for these picks. And Feisty's picks, Feisty's Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, are probably the only thing keeping Los Grandes even remotely in this game.
And we've been in these situations before. I feel like the last time we saw something like this was Tinones' Zoe back in the day, where he has single-handedly turned games on that Zoe. Now, can Feisty do the same? So far, nobody but Cody's been able to make that happen. Another CB Trouble Bubble lands, but unfortunately, I think the Zest auto actually woke him up before they were able to chain the combo, and the rest of Loud is just going to be pushing in on that bot lane right now.
Feisty's getting griefed by the minions. Zoe's worst enemy. When somebody's trying to push into your base, just these god darn minions that keep getting in the way of even the paddle star. Sleepy Trouble Bubble finally going to land, and Envy once again just solo pushing the mid wave, knows that he should be safe on the Ahri despite what happened previously. Curse with a perfect crescent guard does keep everybody around, but Zest and Feisty want Envy, and it's a split fight this time from Los Grandes when they cannot afford to focus on a single member. Loud, this time it is Loud tearing them apart.
A really good patient play from Loud as well. They burned the Crescent Guard off Curse, but there's nothing more Curse can find off of it, and they just have to disengage. And now Youngjae has the Crescent Guard available, and he's been using it to phenomenal effect, denying Duda any sort of approach to do damage to the rest of the team. Just now in Mega Gnar form, Los are looking, but Los will not find.
I'm heartbroken for that Gnar as well, because big cooldown out of Mega Gnar, soon to be Mini, is the perfect time for Loud to engage. Not only do you not have your Mega Form, you also, even if you did, have no big CC team fight cooldown. In shambles is the Los Grandes base. 34 minutes into the game, it is a nearly 10,000 gold lead in the favor of Loud. And Los Grandes, they look out of options. 45 seconds left on Baron, and you have to imagine that that is going to be last stand for real.
And for Los Grandes, I want to see them go out the blaze of glory. Game 2 was a bit of a whimper from Loud, and I don't want to see that sort of ending. Like, you're down 10,000 gold, you know you're going to lose the team fight, but just fight and see what happens. We've seen games come back from rougher, odder positions. What is the record right now? I think it's like 16K from the red game that they lost or something like that. There have been worse wins or worse positions to kind of potentially come back from. Now, it won't be at the Dragon Pit, I don't think. Again, I'm looking more at Baron that's coming up in 10 seconds. And I'm looking at Los to actually get there to try and set up. But they are getting pressured by super minions and everything. Double super minions. And because of that, it's just looking really dire for Los. Loud don't need to fight this. They just need to take their time. The moment somebody responds to those double super minions, it'll probably have to be 2 people to handle that. They just go for Baron, and with Baron double supers, that's an easy closeout.
I mean, Zest is mega right now. He's fully on vision because he has to deal with the supers. You wait for that to run out. You start Baron.
The supers.
Loud don't even want to wait. They're just going to start Baron straight up, knowing that Gnar cannot join the fight. Curse, half HP already, and he hasn't even touched a champion. Cannot step into the Baron pit. Loud are already starting to chase afterwards. They know they've got the Baron. How much more can they get? Envy looks for Duda. See if the second charm lands. Shino flashes over the wall onto him, but Dudu manages to get away, popped into the GA. For the moment, we are going to get Curse coming right back in, only to be deleted again. Dudu continues to kite back in the front lines. Zest finds a Gnar onto a only golden target. Zeru will be taken out. Duda no more. Feisty with too many minions in the way. And Los Grandes completely out of options, choked out of game 4 by Loud.
And I salute Los for trying that last fight, but it was doomed. Zest was losing to super minions in the base. Like, there was just no shot. And Loud fans are rejoicing, Dia, as we are staring down the barrel of a reverse sweep from Loud once again. Dude, I say that I have PTSD from Loud, but surely I cannot compare to the players who actually have to face Loud repeatedly and watch as Loud comes back from disgusting, seemingly unwinnable positions. And like I said, in game 5, 44 and I on the podcast last week said that we think if it goes to a game 5, Loud wins it. Like we said, it's a mental game at this point. And for Los, their game 5 record has not been good. They lost their game 5 against Fluxu. And watching this game 4, sure, Loud definitely stepped up. Loud played insanely well individually, and I love the early pressure they got down and how they kept it rolling. But there's also a component of it where Los, when they started making a couple of mistakes, it got worse. They doubled down, and the sort of momentum, the magic they had in games 1 and game 2, it felt like they slipped. Can they regain it in game 5? History says no. But the coaches and the players are going to be looking to deliver a different answer.
I mean, you are going up against the most reverse sweeping team of the CBLOL in what it looks like a reverse sweep. You can see why the Loud fans are going crazy. Maybe they're celebrating prematurely, but I think that might have been me hitting us with the Los Grandes calls in game 1 and 2, because right now I am looking at this game and going, wow, Los Grandes, they look like a different team from the first 2 games. They look like a team that is lost against Loud, and it really is just time that has done this to them. We have one more game. We are going to take a quick break. I mean, they're all the same time. They're all the same length of time. We are going to take a quick break, and then we will be back with the final game of Los Grandes versus Loud.
They're all quick breaks.
All right, guys. I don't know how long you were waiting. Thank you for waiting. I needed to get that out of my system. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
That's fair enough.
It's it's been, I'm sure, a long day for these players. Long day for us too. And I'm pretty excited, to be honest. I mean, when I say long day, when people say a long day, typically they go, oh, long day. But Luz versus Loud, you can't ask for a better CBLOL series than this.
It has been very emblematic of, I feel like, the South American style of play that we've come to know and love, for sure. And if it continues following the narrative, though, that would see Loud take this in a reverse sweep, because what could be more iconic of the region than Loud somehow winning again, despite all odds being in their disfavor? But I don't think Los want to let that happen, Dia. And into this last Game 5, it's a best of one again. I think Los just needs a mental reset. They've always been the masters of the best of one, and it's come down to just that.
Let's get into draft, see how it goes. I need to click this button and this button, and here we are. Pantheon probably going to be banned. Keep your eyes on this from Loud. I actually haven't seen that guy in chat for a while, so maybe nobody cares if Pantheon is banned anymore, but I've become personally invested in the narrative, and to be honest, Game 5 of a Fearless Draft, you are running low on options everywhere.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Pantheon will not be off the ban list right now, Dia. It will continue to remain banned, as it has been all series by Loud. And it's interesting to me that both teams have opted for first pick every single time they've lost. I thought counter pick might have a bit more value than first pick, especially last game when I saw like the Zoe or I guess the Gnar counter pick into Renekton. Didn't feel that high value, but having to blind the Zoe and then getting answered by the Ahri certainly did feel bad. So I'm really curious to see what Los is trying to do with their first pick now. I almost feel like Loud has been better with blinding in terms of like just not caring what the opposing draft wants to do. Like the Sylas slam early, which turned out to be a flex in their jungle.
Yeah, Corki into Sylas was really good. Unfortunately, Sylas now removed, but I will remind everybody, we've still got Zest's Olaf as a possibility. If you want to be committing to the top lane, I really would not mind seeing an Olaf later in this draft. Of course, you can't blind pick an Olaf. You can blind pick Nefiri. Yes,
and the Nefiri that actually got banned in the first... Well, in pretty much all the games up to this point, and Los are the ones to snag it away from them. Like we said, Curse himself is actually known for Nefiri in the past back when he was in Tier 2. Young G, of course, is the prolific Nefiri player, so good steal away from Los Grandes. But a Kalista Renata to kick things off, Dia. We've not been seeing too much of her recently, but ironically, I don't feel like she's a bull champion. I almost feel like she's more of a Brazilian AD carry champion where you're up in the face, you're willing to take risks, and you just want a team fight. In fact, it feels like a perfect match for Dida, but it's going to be Bull pulling this one out.
This kind of scares me because either we're going to see Bull fall flat on his face and everybody will go, well, you know, this is the AD carry you've had all along, or we'll see him on a champion that necessitates frontlining and he'll actually be incredible. And we'll go, oh my god, we just never set him up for success.
He has played the Kalista 3 times this year, and he's actually won 2 out of 3 games. It's his best laning AD carry, because I think he's like 0% on Lucian, Draven, and Ashe, weirdly enough. So, yeah, I'm not worried about Bo necessarily piloting it, but having seen the Annie, okay, we just did see an Annie yesterday being pulled out. Annie has not had the best track record in CBLOL, but I do like her into Kalista specifically, because Kalista often plays inside Tibbers' range, and once you slam a stun on her, even if you immediately cleanse it, even if you immediately Mikhails, the damage component alone makes it a little bit more dangerous for Kalista to play out the rest of that fight.
Setting up our predictions right now, as we just need...
Okay, we're looking
just need a few seconds. Thank you. Sorry about that. I just want to get this going.
Perfectly understandable. We're looking for jungle top for Loud right now, and they have a lot of squishies, no real tank. Renata does help a little bit with that, with her ability to rive people with bailout, and the hostile takeover, of course, buys a lot of space in team fights. Los, though, I like the Ambessa Nefiri angle. It's kind of similar to Double Assassin to set Ambessa is a lot tankier than Assassins, but same backline threat. And I almost want to see Los continue doubling down on this, where they don't try and set up team fights. They pick a lot of champions with agency. They're looking for their bot lane at this point. I'm assuming they're not going to flex the Annie into the bot lane. Though the Hui Annie matchup is a little bit painful for Annie in the lane.
I don't love Hui in this comp. I mean, I don't love Hui for Envy, actually, is a better way of putting that. Hui in the comp works fine. Hui for Envy, I saw his Orianna. I don't need to see his Hui.
I think it's actually his first Hui he's playing this year. He has played Hui in the past as well. He's fine on it, but I'm kind of with you, Dia. Not one of his more exciting champions by any means. Ziggs being picked up. So we've got a Ziggs AP carry for Duda, and that's not a champion I necessarily associate with him. I think he has played it before in CD back in the day. But yeah, very interesting twist on the Los Grandes composition. So I was thinking of champions with more agency. Ziggs is about as far removed from that as you can get. He does need a front line. He does need a team to play for him. He's got a tiny escape with the satchel charge, but realistically, he's looking to play at ranges where he doesn't even have to engage with his Kalista whatsoever.
Yeah, the nice thing is that if Kalista wants to go forward, she's going to find a whole lot of nothing in front of her. Host one item. We saw a similar thing happen with the Mel, where Bull basically had the run of the lane until we got Lost Chapter, and then you just clear waves perma, which I really like. I think that this is an underutilized strategy globally in League of Legends, and so I personally, I like it when Ziggs is picked up. I think that for Los Grandes, it's okay in this draft. It deals fine with the lane. Later in the game, though, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure why we're doing this. And are we putting Skarner top lane?
Yeah, it's looking like it right now. Shino is kind of hovering it. I mean, we did see the Maokai show up a little bit more, or not a little bit more. We saw it show up in the jungle, I think, for the first time a couple of weeks ago. I'm trying to remember which jungler. I think it actually was Peach from Fluxu who ended up holding out the Maokai. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, so we've seen the Maokai come back in the jungle, and I like the Maokai ganks as a jungler. His clear speed's not terrible either. My big problem with the draft overall for Loud is a lack of damage right now. You've got Hui, but Hui is not consistent damage. In fact, I just remember back to the days where Dinkato was piloting it for Pain, and they would have these sort of drafts where they've got one primary threat in Titan in the bot lane, and then they had, or I think maybe it might have been Trigo at the time actually, and it was Dinkato with Hui, and then they just lack damage to close out fights with just the double carries, because Hui is great for burst damage, but into tanks it gets kind of dicey as well. I'm liking Los's composition a little bit more if they can find backline access, and that's going to come down to Curse, to Zest on this Mbessa and this Neferi. If they can shut down Bull, I think Los should be fine in these fights. And honestly, when I just look at the compositions, I feel like it shouldn't be too hard for them to do that. But when we hit a critical game 5, when it comes down to mental, the pressure becomes really, really high. And the problem with champions like Mbessa and Neferi is that if you mess up going in, you're dead. And once you're dead, your team starts to crumble behind you.
You've definitely mentioned the mental difference between Loud and Los Grandes. That Loud, at this point, with 2 game wins, now have the momentum to take a game, and Los Grandes, unfortunately, kind of have the tilt going on the other side of this. Loud favored for that. I'm very curious to see how this pans out, especially around the Envy Feisty matchup. As you talked about, Feisty maybe not having the best lane into Hui on Annie on paper, but that's before I've seen Envy's Hui.
And it's also before the jungler starts to get involved. Some trading happening in the bot side already. Ackerman, you might be wondering why Leona is just diving in at level 1 when she's running Zenith Blade and doesn't actually have the stun, Shield of Daybreak. But realistically, if Ackerman doesn't try and get a hold with this lane the first 2 levels, then they're just going to lose control of it. And the Leona pick was never about the lane. Like, the lane's going to feel really, really bad into Renata Kalista. It's more for what it gives the team, but primarily just engage, because this comp without the Leona doesn't have engage.
Yeah, I mean, Leona just functions as a meat shield for Duda. And even that, not gonna really solve the issues that Los Grandes have for the first couple of levels. Nice bouncing bomb block as well, just to deny a few more minions. It's clear that Bull, at least comfortable in the matchup up against Ziggs, is making this hurt a lot more than, I want to say, your standard AD carry would. Somebody who wasn't as familiar with the matchup, but he's clearly played this before, and that'll work in the favor of Loud, especially around the first couple of dragons.
Yeah, and I kind of get why you picked the Ziggs in this situation. And normally the laning shouldn't be that rough for Ziggs, but a lot of the bot lane matchups are actually more decided by your supports and what they're looking for. That's why for the longest time we were calling for CBLOL to play more Enchanter supports because they win the lane against these engaged supports. But for like all of 2024 and a good chunk of 2025, it felt like CBLOL just was very resistant towards picking those range. And now you're seeing the advantage of the range matchup. The fact that despite the fact Ziggs should be able to trade into Kalista fairly comfortably, Ditter's not allowed to step up before he starts eating poke from Musint. And Ackerman especially is not even allowed to frontline for Ditter without losing half his health bar.
Ice is having a pretty good time in this lane, and Envy maybe not so much. Health and mana both favoring the Annie, as like we talked about, experience in the matchup, sort of trumping all else right here. Envy should be having a little bit of a better time, but really cannot access the wave. Young Jay, however, very much has access to the crab. Uzent's come over to help him out with this, and nice handshake will take him away. However, Ackerman and Dutta have shown up with Feisty on the way. There's a teleport behind Los Grandes. Do Loud blow the game open right now, or do Los collapse on this as Envy comes in full HP? Feisty is going to stun Chu and flash away, maybe saving this play for Los Grandes. Dutta has flash as well and is going to use his to get away over the wall. Los Grandes nearly avoiding disaster.
And in fact, it's actually Loud who are taking more damage from this particular trade, but Loud do win. Not just the mental warfare of just saying, hey, I'm better and I managed to push you out, but actually securing the Scuttle Crab as well. And that's the lack of teamwork that we saw in Game 1. It looks like night and day compared to Game 1 and Game 5, where in the Game 5, you can see all of them working together to escort Young Jay, escort Envy out from some dicey situations. We also did get to see the top side trade. Let's talk a little bit about that, Dia, because we don't often see Skarner top. I actually know somebody who was playing a lot of AP Skarner, even throughout the times when he got nerfed after he first got changed. Nowadays, he's got actually some good base damages, but you have to be careful about taking a lot of these extended trades. Skarner is about, the short trade. You kind of blow all your abilities and then walk off with the shield so that you win that trade. And you can see that here. Short trade, Shino was winning, but when he got caught a little bit longer, Zest was actually able to equalize the health bars.
Yeah, it's turned into a who has what combo and when. Feisty combo up seemingly all the time. In top lane, we are seeing this happen once more. Zest wants to try and burst Shino down, but Shino is just too damn tanky. Flash forward, does not actually collect the kill. Things are all right in the top lane. We got close to first blood there. We are flirting with the idea of first blood, but Zest comfortable enough to step forward, knowing he's got Curse here. And Curse spotted on a ward. Shino out of options, no flash, no teleport. He's going to have to take a reset underneath the tower. Maybe wait for this wave if he's super confident, but Zest just hit 6.
Yeah, and I love that Zest, he didn't even bother trying to fake that, oh, I don't have a jungler help. Oh, I'm vulnerable. No, he just goes, well, Curse, get over here and I'm going to hard push this lane to as best I can, relieve the pressure so I can get my back off safely without losing anything. And this game, Dia, we're not seeing too many mental tricks, any sleight of hand. It has felt like a very honest clash of mechanics and skill thus far in the game. Like everybody's just kind of going at it. The junglers have been pretty honest with their pathing as well. We're not seeing anything too sneaky. And as is the contest over that Scuttle Crab on that bot side was the most exciting thing we've seen so far. That said, Los have managed to garner themselves ever so slight CS leads, and a lot of it's coming from this mid lane. I'm going to be honest, I didn't expect Feisty to be winning it this hard. Like, Hui actually outranges Annie, and I can see it in the early couple of levels that, okay, Hui doesn't have access to all his abilities, can't get his combos off, his mana costs are pretty high, whereas Annie just walks at you. But once you kind of go back and pick up your first item, usually you've got enough mana. Unfortunately, it looks like with the Dark Seal, Envy has just opted for safety instead, and so this lane should be Feisty favored for a while yet, especially with the Tibbers kind of ready and being threatened right now.
Bull in trouble on the bot side, is going to get knocked up and likely won't die here, but I say that and I got very, very, very close to being wrong. Him surviving there, a material difference for sure. 400 gold to Dudu would be massive. Forcing the Kalista to reset, though, still has big benefits.
Fair enough, yeah, and Uzent will be able to get a bit more XP on that. Yeah, I think Ackerman didn't actually expect how close that was. 11 health was the lowest I saw on that health bar. Might have actually dipped below that a little bit. A flash, a heal from Ackerman to just chase down would have been enough to actually secure that. But yeah, those kind of playing it safe. And again, stark contrast from Game 1, from the start of the day. In Game 1, I have no doubt Los would have just died for that. But they've been bitten a little bit in Game 3, in Game 4. Los threw some of their leads by the over-aggression. So this time they're taking it slow. And out of all the lanes, Ziggs will probably scale the hardest. So for Los Grandes, I think it's kind of the right mental call, even if the end result wasn't.
Flash onto Envy. Feisty's here as well. Curse. Everybody's suddenly in the mid lane, and first blood out of nowhere goes to Los Grandes. That happened in a flash.
Literal flash in the case of Ackerman, to get onto that. Yeah, really well played from Los. They're playing around their big ultimates, and there's no escape for Envy there. Even if his flash had been up, I think as soon as the first flash came through, it was kind of cooked. Well played from Los Grandes, very patient, and now they're rotating into the top lane onto Shino, also flashless.
Curse has just shown up in time, and actually everybody gets to dodge that. Los Grandes pick up their second kill in a single minute.
Yeah, almost reminiscent of what we saw from Furia yesterday in their games against Red, where the early laning phase was really quiet, but then when they recognized that, hey, our comp comes online now, our combos start to pop off, they just immediately turned and was able to punish. Feisty eating the entire combo from Envy, really well aimed and targeted. But here's the difference. When Feisty drops his combo, if anybody's nearby, Envy's dead. When Envy drops his full combo, if somebody was nearby, maybe they get the kill. But in this case, nobody was. Feisty on half health and slowly healing up from his spots.
More of a way to poke, perhaps. We'll take a look at how this happened again. Envy just stepping a little too far into Fog of War, and a nicely timed roam from Leona.
Yeah, and it was kind of bait with the control wards as well. Okay, so there was a small window in which Envy could have flashed if he had it, but realistically, they just kind of recognized that, hey, this control ward, we're just going to bait him in, punish him from that. And then this roam onto Shino, it's the speed at which Neferi and Nembessa can kind of close onto you. And right here, Shino looking for the Impale, but as you pointed out, both of them able to actually dodge out, buffer through the Impale. So no CC to be had, knockup comes through, he's not going anywhere, and Los, just like that, they make it look so easy.
You know, in my head, you know that meme? Everybody liked that. I had that, but it was everybody dodged that. And that was all I was thinking as the Impale came through. A tough way to go, especially when you pick Skarner top. You expect to at least get one of those off, but doesn't really work for him. Bull will unfortunately eat the Mega Inferno Bomb for lunch and have his reset interrupted. Slightly earlier one from Duda, who importantly has teleport to get back and make this lane all the more uncomfortable.
Yes, and we saw that with Duda on the Mel as well in game 3, if I recall correctly, where he actually took the teleport and was able to get to top lane fights a little bit quicker, and now on yet another mage, he did the same thing. The call there as well, I like it. You're just trying to interrupt the back, slow it down so that you can try and find a small advantage, but now caught out by Youngjae.
Flashes away from this as well, but Youngjae, not to be dissuaded, is going to chase him down. Lockup's going to come in soon, and Duda will be fed directly to Bull. The win condition for Loud, taking a 300 gold step forward while in the mid lane. Loud are not having an easy time of it, but fortunately Envy's got 3 million range.
And also had some backup coming in real quick there. Yuzin's about to rejoin him. The minion wave, once it gets trimmed, means that he can walk back under the turret. But yeah, I really like the gang from Youngjae as well. With the red buff, yeah, Duda was just dead to rights. And unfortunately, what should have been a good heads-up strategic play from Duda to slow the base, teleport right back into lane, ends up coming back to bite him. He ends up being served on a silver platter, and he'll still have to take the long way and walk back into lane anyways.
Nature's Grasp is pretty incredible, and honestly something that Duda could use a lot of help avoiding. That was a nice channel from Zest. Public Execution traded for Impale so that neither gets value, which I suppose is actually value.
I'm trying to remember what the cooldown timers are. I think they're roughly equivalent. I thought Public Executions is a little bit shorter. We'll have to keep our eye on that one, because Public Execution is a bit shorter, like I think it is, then Zest actually wins out in terms of value and trade. He will have the opportunity to try and punish. And I think Zest has been pretty happy with sort of the 1v1 without ultimate so far.
Ult from Curse to try and find Youngjae, but gets knocked back immediately. It was a nice job from Youngjae just knowing that he could get away from it, but realistically, it's Los applying pressure still. They do trade a relatively short ultimate cooldown for it, but with 30 seconds left on the Dragon, Los really want to pick right now.
And unfortunately, Los didn't manage to burn too much on that attempted pick, so Loud will be okay to contest that. And Dia, in 10 seconds time, when that dragon comes up, do we see both teams actually kind of go looking for it? And is that where they're wanting to fight? Bull has not really completed his first item, so that point of strength we're talking about, like Bull being the big focus for a lot of their early game, or their game damage throughout this game, I don't know if he's ready quite to actually go for those full team fights, and instead they might have to rely on YoungJay and Envy poking out. If Los just pull the trigger and look for the immediate initiate, then I actually kind of don't fancy Loud's odds on that Dragon face-off.
Well, we're likely going to get to see it. Feisty's ult is up.
Yeah, no,
Does Loud start this up? I'm looking at Los and going, actually, we're probably not going to get to see anything. Dragon going to be traded away, which means that 1-for-1, a sole win condition is that much further away, that much later in the game that we are almost guaranteed to go. Shino looking for Zest once again, but Impale and Public Execution traded once again on cooldown. Curse is here. Shino's in trouble. Feisty is here. That is one dead Scorpion. Duda has shown up to collect a little bit of this as well. And it'll be another kill going over to the side of Los Grandes. Perfectly executed.
An immediate TP from Feisty back into the mid lane to make sure they don't lose anything else. This could be a 4v2.
That is a nice ult from Duda, though. A lot of damage just went down off the Mega Inferno Bomb. Zest is in the back line. Still, Uzent is alive, but Ackerman snipes him from the sky. And Los get away even better. They came up for the kill on Shino, and they got one on Uzent as well.
Oh, chill, Leona. That wasn't Diana there. Chill. But yeah, I love the way they all walked away. Nobody, cool guys don't look at explosions. YoungJay, he's cooked. Okay, that was actually faster than expected. YoungJay with the Liandry's, of course, very few tanky stats aside from the little bit of health that item gives you. Yeah, the top lane, I really appreciate that they just left it to Ackerman. The solo flare came down, they went, we don't need to commit anything more. We're not even going to try and steal this. Let's just all walk away. The tempo is more important to reset. Now, Shino coming into the bush, looking for Duda, will not be able to find anything meaningful. And I'm going to be honest, if you're Shino right now, you don't overchase on this. You already got punished for the first overchase. You don't know if Los is still in the area. Now, this gang, this is just sheer tempo. And it reminds me a lot of the earlier games from Los when they were performing really well. They were rotating faster and Loud was always left in the dust. But what's interesting to me is actually the overcommit from Loud here. Bo's going really far in, and they actually end up leaving YoungJay behind. And what I think they forgot was that not a lot of ultimates were used in that topside dive. Notably, Ziggs and Leona still had their ultimates. So when they went in, suddenly they were like, oh, you're all clumped up in range of me? Well, I'm going to throw a Mega Inferno Bomb, back off or die. And unfortunately for Loud, they decided to not back off and therefore died.
Similar, yeah. YoungJay stepping up into the jungle was pure greed as well. Having just lost to the skirmish, wanting to go for a little bit more. You can understand why Loud are eager to close out this series. They have come so far, but in taking these anxious steps forward, you can see them losing control of the game. Goldgraph coming up the perfect time to demonstrate that. 2 minutes left on Drake. We've got Rift Herald up if you want to try your luck, but Loud should have had enough of trying their luck for the moment.
I think it's worth noting on that Goldgraph as well. It's not like a smooth line or curve. It's very stepwise. And it's basically coming, the gold growing is whenever Los decide to pull the trigger as a team. Once again, they're going to try. Houston didn't move.
It's all good. Yeah, I saw that and was like, he's dead. What I didn't expect was the Bull follow-up, and what I certainly don't expect is YoungJay to die. A flash over the wall does save him, and Impale actually almost takes Ackerman under the tower, but it's Zest that saves him, dying for the attempt. Feisty manages to assassinate YoungJay on the back line, and we could be cooking up a little bit more for Los Grandes, but fortunately enough for my heart, they will back away. Los Grandes already got away with highway robbery in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, the job was done. They were just buying enough time and space for Duda to take this down with the satchel charge, and that's why they kind of stuck around a little bit after that. So Los playing a very actually controlled game, despite the sheer aggressiveness and almost audaciousness of the dives. I'd like to highlight the fact that they've always had numbers advantage. Like, they're not just one person more. They're actually overloading with 2 members in a lot of these situations. And so there's no risk of anything going poorly. The worst that happens is you trade a 2-for-1, as we saw in that particular sequence of events. And meanwhile, they're just buying time for Duda. Again, it's the strategic play, even though it's a lot of tactical excitement.
Ackerman gets to show up again and just clear out some vision. Important objective bounties are up. A 5,000 nearly gold lead for Los Grandes has triggered a Riot Games police approach.
The trial balance. Oh, the cinematic, watching the bomb come through as well. That skin with the rose blossoming one. It's beautiful. I mean, I really appreciate it. And right there, Zest. Okay, Zest by the way, dying was not for the sins of Ackerman, to be fair. He actually went in on Envy under turret thinking like, I'll try and pressure. I think if you just backed up, it'd be okay. But again, the net result is fine. They managed to bait Youngjae back in. Feisty gets the kill on that back end. Bull has to insta-cleanse and still is in the sweet spot for that for the Mega Inferno Bomb. And just like that, Los are kind of winning that out. It's going to be Shino running, sprinting for the hills as far as his 6 legs will carry.
Fortunately, Mikhails has just come up from U's end as well, so he just has to stay stapled to Bull's side, especially if they want a prayer of fighting this Rift Herald that they've started. Leona ult not going to be off cooldown just yet, but Feisty's got his, and Curse is ready to go. Curse looking a lot like Game 1 Curse on Trundle, where he goes, we win this, and just engages with his face.
100%. 5,000 gold lead will do that for you. And also, for Loud, the other big problems, I'm looking at their items, and Static Shift first for Bull. I can see that for laning. I can see that for trading. Team fighting, he's not ready yet. He doesn't do enough damage, and he can't quite... I don't think there's enough attack speed for him to really come online with just that one item. Similar situation with with Envy on Hui right now with the Black Fire Torch. The poke is good, the team fight not so much. So they can't be the first ones to pull these objectives. They either need to blitz down the objectives or they're looking for the face-offs where they can try and land some of that poke, go for those trades instead of the all-ins. So Loud posturing around the Herald, it's kind of cute. But realistically, they're never going to win that. And if Los knows that, you're kind of wasting time.
Los Grandes certainly feeling that around the Dragon right now. They've got prior position on it. They haven't cleared out the control ward, but that doesn't really matter much. Los Grandes can take the objective when they want. The reason they're peeling off it is to look at the mid lane. Bull, who has tried to move up to take some of this tower down in trade for the Dragon, is going to be pushed off of the mid wave as Los Grandes back away once again, this time into the jungle of Loud.
And Los is not rushing this Dragon. The Dragon is more than just a prize right now. It's kind of bait, actually, onto Loud. Instead, they're taking their time setting up the bot side where Zest was already pushing in. Now, with the Herald they won earlier, they're going to be able to get 2 turrets, 1 outer, 1 inner. You're going to see Envy try and answer topside, should actually be able to do so, unless Zest wants to commit a TP of some sort in the top lane. They're actually pings coming down. There are multiple TPs they could set up there. They're actually doing it.
Teleporting top lane. We're contesting this final little bit of HP on the tower. Envy's finally going to get the tier 1, but he is going to suffer for it. Zest is the one to get the plus 300. And now, what are Loud doing? You see this unorthodox play, and they go for the Dragon. I like this. I mean, it's the one thing you can do.
Yeah, and I like it from Loud because that should have been a Los Grandes Dragon. But that was why I didn't think they were actually all going to TP in the top side. Like, the possibility existed. I just think that was going to be the call. But apparently they opted for doing it instead of the Mega Inferno Bomb to clear the top side. I don't know if that's actually off cooldown at that point. They are using it on the Dragon for an attempted steal, which doesn't work out. Just now teleporting into that top half of the map, but it will be mid lane, which is the next target for Los Grandes.
Like, screw your Dragons. We're just going to get the turrets. I mean, that is 2 tier 2s gone with this explosion of the satchel charge. 1 tier 2 left standing. Loud have taken 1 turret.
To be fair, last game when Loud won, Los only took 2 turrets as well. So the games can be swingy. And to me, that's a mark of a good team when they're able to close out without the enemy team really finding any looks or ways to try and equalize. And with Ziggs as well, yeah, it's kind of cheating because it's a lot easier to defend your turrets when you can just drop a Mega Inferno Bomb to slow things down. Loud with the Desperation Baron. Now, if there's any team that can pull it off, it is Loud. This was how they got through most of the cup, was sort of a 25-30 minute Baron flip where they'd go there, they'd threaten it, and then they'd check teams at it. Right now, 20 minutes though, it is kind of low. It's a little bit hard for them to do it. Their health bars, pardon me, are a little bit on the lower side of things, and I'm not terribly happy that Youngjae was the one tanking it either, because he's not tanky Maokai. He is AP Maokai, and you saw how his health bar just melted to a 20-minute Baron.
Yeah, I mean, I heard you kind of respecting the Baron, and I was like, let's ease off that. Like, I mean, they're not finishing that Baron. No. It's kind of a doomed play, but to be fair to Loud, you may as well fish for it. Los almost didn't spot that. Credit to Ackerman for actually popping up and getting the Scryer's Bloom, making sure that Loss maintained vision on the very recent but very important objective. What they have now is domination of vision over the top side of the map. Feisty gets to walk up. No Baron for anyone on Los Grandes, but they do have a heck of a lot of gumption, and that lets Ackerman move straight underneath the tower. Curse is going to follow him, but immediately get hostile takeovered while Zest goes underneath the previously existing tower, and Public Execution will not get him out. Los have traded one of their members for a tower. Will they get away with it? YoungJay wants to follow up over the wall. Shino is going to follow up over the wall, but no impale for him means that he can be kited back. YoungJay's looking for the wrap as well. Loud can continue. I want them to stop.
Yeah, they are just trying to chase them away from the Baron once again, and now they have a numbers advantage. Now remember, Duda is still a very big annoyance around this Baron. A lot of that vision that Low set up was more in the enemy jungle to try and catch them, not around this Baron. Curse threatening Feisty back in. I see no ultimate, but he's got stuns.
Yeah, he's got stuns for days. Baron is low enough that Loud can finish it. They've got Rend, but Feisty takes out Shino first. Finally, the smite will come through, but instead of Loud, Rend's and all, it is Curse that secures it, and things have gone really, really bad for Loud now. Handshake from Uzent gets Feisty further away, but I am so heartbroken. You have Rend, you have smite, you get nothing.
Attempted solar flare from Ackerman just into the bush trying to stop a recall. Doesn't quite land on the target, but it doesn't even matter to you. Loud fans will be in shambles after that play. It was a desperation play, but done very calmly, and it shouldn't have been a desperate play the way it ended up going. Envy looking for Duda. Can he find it to turn around?
Zest wants this as well. Doesn't get it, but fair enough. Fair enough. Los still playing respectfully. Despite the 11,000 gold lead that they have, Zest could have fed face for that. I've seen Zest feed face for that before.
Yep. And I'm thankful he didn't, because you're in such a strong position as Los Grandes right now. This is how you lost game 3. And this entire fight sequence is actually quite interesting to me, because this was, I think, the most risky play Los have made this entire game, was diving this turret. And I honestly thought they were going to get out clean. Unfortunately, the Impale just barely managed to tag Zest, and that's where things get dicey for them. The escape, though, with the Ziggs should have been easy and clean. In fact, if not for the sapling slowdown from YoungJay on the side, there wouldn't even have been a chance to catch them whatsoever. Instead, it ends up baiting Loud into doing the Baron. And again, the Baron take itself, I think, was actually not a bad call. You were 5v4. But the way it ultimately got handled, and the fact that I guess they just don't have enough damage yet, even with the second item, the Gunsu's Rage Blade for Bull, it just doesn't feel like they can shred the objectives fast enough, and that allowed the window for Curse to just do a drive-by and say, thank you for the leash. We will now use this to close the game out.
I mean, like you say, I've seen those Barons work before. It's not inherently a bad play, but as it is with a lot of those kinds of plays, it comes down to execution. It comes down just to whether it works or not. In this case, it didn't work. Nothing seems to be working for Loud 25 minutes into the game. They are so far behind with the Baron on top of it that Los need to misplay. They need to mis-execute in order for Loud to stage a comeback here. Bull, the one hero that Loud could have on Kalista, can dance around these team fights, can make something work, but needs the rest of Loud to be buying space, to be hitting CC, and none of that is happening.
Coulda, shoulda, but will he?
Feisty lands the CC. Feisty just walks straight up to them and presses R. That is unfortunate for you. Shino does actually get Curse underneath the tower. Zest is now frontlining with Ackerman actually going forward, but that is not bringing you back, my friend. YoungJay and Shino both taken down. Not a second chance at life. And Zest looks for Uzent, separating him from Bull. The Kalista alone underneath the tower. Duda's going to take towers like he does best. And Los Grandes, fortunately, finally, will back away.
I guess this is where the big complaint about Bull comes into play, which is Bull is good. Bull can dance around on this champion. He should dance around on this champion and carry fights, but he historically hasn't done it. When like we said before, when Loud is losing, Bull becomes invisible. And he's been chewing through these minions. He's been catching up in CS, but look at what he's able to contribute in this fight. He's on that top side cutting around, but the main meat of the fight is on the bottom side of the map. And by the time Bull gets in there, what's he doing? He's hitting the Neferi. great. But even then, it's not him who actually lands the critical damage on the Fury. It's more Shino landing the Impale. The turrets did the job. And yeah, it's just really painful to watch Loud be in this sort of situation. While I was a little bit concerned when I saw this draft, I still held out hope that Young Jae would be able to get some ganks rolling early enough to get the team online. But this is what happens when you draft a low damage
Young Jae, despite wanting to live the dream, is going to fall in his own jungle. Curse gets away from the Impale, a remarkably low value cooldown in this game, and Loud in a 4v5 for their tournament, for their split lives here in the playoffs, are slowly being choked out, just like they did to Los Grandes in game 1. Bull is going to get revived, but not for long. He falls no matter what. Not enough damage on Loud. Not enough of a way to stand up to Los Grandes. They go 2-3. They get so close, but they cannot stop Los Grandes from advancing to the next round.
You can see the looks of relief and almost giddy happiness on the Los players right now. They knew how close they were to throw in this series. They were up 2-0. They almost got reverse swept. And for Loud, you can see the tiredness on their face. That last game felt really, really, really bad for them. Like from start to finish, it just felt like they could not find traction. And yeah, they got close. Yeah, the bad thing almost returned, but it just wasn't enough. The old hands couldn't quite do it.
And I mean, fair enough, right? You take it all the way to 5 games. I get it. This was a really good series, all things considered, because even as we had, you know, this last game be a really difficult one for Loud. Let me set this up. As we had this last game be a really difficult one for Loud, we had 2 very different styles of play showcased throughout these 5. I would say even more. We had the really close games where Loud barely won. We had the games where Loud was straight up winning. The team that entered the playoffs is not the team that is leaving the playoffs. As weird as it sounds, I think Loud are a better team for the short time that they have spent in playoffs. Hopefully, we get to see more of that in Split 2.
Yeah, and I think Loud has a lot of issues that they're still, it feels like, trying to deal with, even from the CBLOL Cup side, like from the beginning of the year in the CBLOL Cup till now. There has been growth, but it feels like they're still struggling with some sort of like internal issues, or not necessarily internal issues, but it's not just problems on the Rift. It almost feels like communications and just meshing of the team still hasn't quite settled. Granted, they just brought in Yuzin, so maybe that's part of it. But again, I don't feel like it's Yuzin's fault for a lot of what has happened within this series, other than that game 1. But Dia, this series has given great growth in general, personal growth for me specifically, as I get to see my PTSD vanquished without finally dropping out. And of course, more seriously though, great personal growth for Los, because you talk about how the team that came into the playoff is not the same teams we're seeing leave in Loud's case right now, or Los as they continue on to next week. But even within this series, I love seeing Los grow.
I got you.
Perfect. The bracket. Yes.
Updated bracket.
Los, we talk about them growing, and in the beginning, when they walked in, they ran right into Fluxu face first, and that was a very close series. Fluxu took 3-2. Now, next week, they will get a chance of a rematch, and considering what we saw in this series, we saw Los improve their macro compared to previous games. We've seen them be very coordinated, which is something they had in CBLOL Cup, which they've managed to kind of regain at the right times here. But most importantly to media was Game 5. Los showed that they can have the mental, because Game 5 was not a close run thing with a lot of nerves. It was almost clinical from Los Grandes. And when you're in a Game 5 with your playoff lives on the line, like lose here and you're out, that's when the stress is greatest, and Los grew to match that. And if we get another 5-game series against Fluxu, I cannot wait. I am so excited to see if the growth will be sufficient to handle Fluxu, who seemingly came out of nowhere this split and blindsided everybody.
Yeah, that series is going to be one to keep your eyes on, because it'll tell us a lot about how Los Grandes have grown, and ultimately then the winner of that has to face Red, and the winner of that has to face Furia. Very, very daunting possibilities, to be honest, but you take it one series at a time. Who knows? Red, you know, they've got a little bit of a break for now, but we'll see how they look next Sunday, and then I think it is next Sunday that they play, and then Furia, final opponent, the team that nobody seems to have been able to quite figure out this split. Very, very far distance from the series that we saw today, where 2 teams were figuring themselves out. Fury are definitely a completed product, at least for Split 1. as silly as that may seem at times. And we're going to get to see who ends up challenging them in just a few short weeks. It has been a long day, though. So thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in, for catching all of this fantastic CBLOL action that we've got, and for preparing our MSI seed. I mean, who knows? You could see one of these two teams at MSI. You won't, but you could.
We don't know that. Lau came back from Bush in the Cup, so
we don't know that. We don't know that. All right. We will catch you guys next weekend. Again, thank you so much for tuning in on a Monday. We are going to throw this to a break, and then we're going to raid something. I'm going to figure that out. RMC knows. I'm going to ask him backstage. All right. Love you guys. Bye.